Okay, hi everyone, good morning. Sorry, I just didn't realize I had hit start already and I wasn't ready. Just give everyone a few minutes and then we can get started. What a really easy day this morning. Hi. Overnight action was really clean. We just basically sustained exactly where we needed to. Idea for last night was to just hold the means. What's the means, you guys? What area is the means? And they had closed above that 34-point ratio, which was really good. I really wanted to see if they would try holding above like a 32, 33-point ratio from yesterday's lows. They got pretty close. They did breach a tiny bit, but not too bad. Like I was looking, yeah, kind of like 5-1 to 6-4. I really wanted to see if they kind of hold closer to like the 5-7 area, but they got pretty close. I think like this was so important that they immediately negated. So this was the 34-point ratio from yesterday and exactly where they kind of pinned the close. And then from there I was looking to see if they'd give us like a 22-point extension, which they did, and then they kind of stalled here. So this was one of our first major overheads in this range here. And a lot of the price action around this area, like 82.50, 78, is going to help us determine the overall range that we'll get on today's session. So kind of like around the 7.7, 7.8 area, like this range in here. Okay, 7.850, 7.9, those were our previous ranges, and that's also weekly OR. So obviously this was going to be an overhead regardless. From overall lows on today's session, we've already hit 31 points. So from a high to low ratio, there's going to be some overhead around 8.7. If you guys want to start jotting these down. So I'd say on a 32-point basis from lows, since that was off yesterday's lows, then we've probably got some overhead around 86.50. I don't know if you guys can see this. Okay. And it seems like this is probably the first areas they'll stall. So you can kind of see they had some stalls at 7.8. They had some range reductions back here earlier this afternoon. And I said this was fine because this implies that they were probably going to take out this area in like some single sticks. So, and I figured because of the range that they had, or that they gave off the lows. How do I explain that? So you know how we tested, let me just delete this. You know how we tested here? And breached a little bit beneath that, like 29 points or so. Do you see this? I don't know if you guys can see that. I figured they might do the same thing from like open close. Okay, so that could imply that there might be some heavy overhead around there, which is 6.48950. That makes total sense to me too, because this is off the closing range. So like this is also off of today's OR, I'm pretty sure. And I'll explain that to you guys in a second. Like this is if we base it off the same types of ranges down here. From real-time OR, which was pretty sure 6575. These were also the 17-point ratios here, and this would be a 22-point ratio right here. So you can see that there's some confluence there from real-time OR at that 8775. So this 8775, 88, 89, this is a pretty big overhead, okay? This area up here. And what I was trying to explain is they might end up doing the same sort of thing on the downside. So For example, from where they closed yesterday. To real-time lows, which I think was 30.75, right? What was the real-time low? Or 56.5, sorry. Yeah, okay. So from yesterday's lows to real-time lows, I think it was 30.75. Okay? Because this is the real-time low. Correct? Good morning. So I figured that there's a pretty good odd that they might stall the first time around. Like instead of breaking 87, 88, 89, there's a decent odd that they might stall around here first. Does this make sense, guys? So there's a very good chance that we could see some overhead around 86.25, 86. This area here, 87. Do you see it? So someone wants to document that in the chat. 648675, 6487. That's definitely an overhead based on the tiny range differential that they breached us by. I would have preferred that they held closer to 5759 today. Okay. They ended up stalling here at 86, and this is likely due to the slight little reduction we had here, okay, off of the ranges. Like I would have preferred that they held maybe closer to like 5750, 58, 5750 is exactly 32-point ratio. Do you see this? That would have given us a better odd of actually breaking 87, 8775. Had they held this closer to like 58, 5850, even like our 5950 spot, which was 34 points off yesterday's lows. Okay. Are you guys still with me? This area here was 34 points off yesterday's lows. These are the slight reductions I think they could give around this 8.6 spot, which is why they're probably stalling around here. Because ideally we want to get to like this this area up here, and that's going to be our zone entry too, so it makes total sense. What time of day did I say we had best odds of trying to get to the zone by? So this is yeah, haven't we had a lot of haven't we had a lot of the 3.25, 3.5 offsets recently? Like we've seen this quite a bit. Mid-session, 10:30, 10:30, what, Eastern time? No. That, we said the earliest we can get to, yeah, mid-session is correct. The earliest we can get to 648182, I said, was around 11, 12 o'clock, which we've done. So they are trying to break this area here before mid-session, meaning if they did that, this is implying, like this was back here, I was saying that this could imply that they could try getting to the zone being 88, 89, 90 by mid-session, right? This would also be a 32, 33 point break. Does that make sense? Like if they did this off lows, this would be like a 33, 34 point break right here. Okay? So ideally, if they could get there by mid-session, it's going to really help reduce some of the risk that we have this afternoon. And that could give us some odds of getting the expansions for second half of the session in the zone, which would give us the odds of resetting. Some really cool factors for today that I noticed were off of today's real-time open. So real-time open was right around here, 646575, which is just above the means because the means usually ends around 6465. I noticed that if they break this 22-point range here off open, and they decide to push this afternoon, the 32-33 point ratios, guys, are right around 6,500. Do you see this? 33 is 649875. The 34 point ratio is like just beneath 6,500. So I thought this was really interesting. And then the second range that I found pretty insane is if they did give us a full extension of range this afternoon, it would align with the top of the zone up here. Do you see this? And even if, how do I explain this? Even if we don't reach those ranges today, it's the fact that today's real-time open for the 4th, which is a very important flip date, is directly linked to those spots. Does that make sense? So that means that the 4th, you know how the 4th extends through the 16th? It means that we have odds of, because of that real-time open in those calculations, it means that that's implying that there's odds of hitting those ranges within that time frame. Does that make sense? I also found it really cool too that if we did like a full break off real-time lows. So let's say they broke 32-34 point ratios here and they started extending 44 points. This is where there could be a lot of overhead around the 6490s, 650304. But if they gave us a full extension this afternoon, a 66 point ratio off lows, guys, takes us back to all-time highs. Isn't that insane? It takes us to our 24, 22, 23 spots, the 66, 68 point ratio that off lows today. So we do have an odd of potentially testing that. Not that we need to today, but that odd is there if they're able to meet the mid conditions in time. So mid conditions would be hitting half that range, which is 34 points, probably by mid-session. Does that make sense? So if we're able to hit this by mid-session, it's putting us back at an odd of potentially getting a move to the 6520s. So that would obviously require like maybe a late day push or something. The 4th did have the best odds for this week. It's definitely not required because we could stay sideways up until mid-month if they wanted to, like between the two zones being like 63.88 to 65.32. But obviously I would love if they could get this up there. The minimum condition for today was just to reset the pins. So resetting pins means resetting weekly OR like above 7.8. So technically, have we met enough to be considered a max range for the session today? Yes, right? So that's the only shitty thing. Obviously, mid-session is going to help determine if they want to take this any higher. Another reset could be taking it back to those midweek conditions of 8.9, 9.3, 9.4, 9.7. So that range there, which would be the same thing as breaking 34 points off open. Does that make sense? If they did something like this, that's 32, 33 points off open. So the 9.7 area today is aligned with 32 points off opening range. Okay? So this is also a probability if they don't want to give extended ranges today. So you just have to keep that in mind, okay? And a lot of which we'll know based on the type of range we hit, I would say by like 12:30 through 1:48 p.m. That should at least help you guys have an idea of range. Our initial targets for our first sell area was between the 7.9 to 8.2. I think that was a really good area to start looking at covering. And remember what I said, based on the kind of strength and volume we see around these price points will help us determine if they're going to expand this today. So what do you guys think based on what happened between the 7.8 to 8.2 area? What do you guys think? Even off like a 3-minute chart or 4-minute chart. They took it all the way to 8.6. What do you guys make of that price action? Yeah, I'd say the odds look pretty good. It did show, like if they had took this directly from 7.8, 7.9, let's say, to the 8.8, 8.9, I would say that looked really good, right? Because they still stalled like a mid overhead, like the next range in between, then, you know, there's obviously odds of them like stalling a little bit because these were the first ranges around here. And then you can kind of see that they definitely stalled this area here, right? So kind of leaving it in between because this is the area that do you see that? Do you see how like they kind of stalled like 50% of that range? Around here, like off the 90 spots, 8.9. Some of it took it out to like 75. So I'd say like off the 8.9 area, which is the break off open, because I think this is the 22-point break, or at the 34-point break right here off lows. If we measure off that, I'd say the odds are pretty good off 7.8, 7.850. Do you see this? So they're kind of buffering a 66% to 75% ratio here, meaning odds are still pretty good. Well, yeah, Euro, the idea for today is to reset the pins. So the minimum pin to reset was 78 to 82. Secondary pins to reset are closer to like 8.9, 9.7, with obviously 9.6, 9.7 being more ideal. There's a lot of confluence around the 6,500, 03, 04. We have odds of actually getting 65.20s today if they're able to push this neutral range early on, which means getting into the zone. We have to get into the zone today. That would be ideal. I think the fact that they took out 7.8 and 8.1 before mid-session is implying that they want to get this in the zone. Whereas, let's say that they had stalled this morning, guys. Let's say that they stalled beneath 7.4, okay, and barely broke 7. Then, and like, let's say it was mid-session, we still haven't broken 7.9. Then at that point, I would be like, oh, okay, they could definitely cap this at 8.2, 8.5. Does that make sense? But the fact that they broke just before and just after 11, I think is giving pretty good odds here. Kind of like if they break into the zone before noon, this is really going to help our odds here. So let's see. And our timing this morning was so spot on too. Okay, so everyone's on the same page here. I was trying to imply the same theory that I had on NQ, but I wonder if on the Hang Seng, I don't know if that would work though. Let's see. 20. Oh, actually, maybe that would. Hmm. I'd probably have to play around with this a little bit. China was pretty strong last night. This is kind of interesting because if this theory was the same thing here, it'd be like a zone hold here on the Hang Seng index and then a neutral stall. So maybe put some alerts on this if this does break that neutral zone like above 25.045 probably, because that's where maybe some upside could come into play with this one. All right, so we had some odds here just before noon. What time is it? It is just before noon now, isn't it? 5-4 was the earliest. We had 5-6. If they break this ahead of noon into the zone here, especially off like a... Yeah, and we said 65.05 had heavy confluence for today, remember? I talked about that a lot yesterday. Right, like we should get... some pretty good odds. This was what I said yesterday. And the goal was to retest these ranges. And we can have some odds of reclaiming the 20s. So the first major area is obviously going to be 9.3, 9.4, 9.7. The nice thing is these areas here, guys, they give us better odds of getting, like, how do I explain this? They're giving us better odds of getting 9.7 this time versus 9.3, 9.4. Whereas last week the calculations were close. So Euro, that's good, but it's not great. We want higher than that. If they're going to take us back to 9.2, 9.4, we want 9.7. Does that make sense? You don't want to stall 9.2, 9.4. And the calculations off these price points are giving us odds of 9.7, 6,500, 65.03, 65.05. Does that make sense? Thank you so much for the sub. We're getting some zone breaks here, guys. Can someone document these sticks? That's the first break, 64.87.75. This is a period where we want to see some liquidity come in too just before noon. I think this is a 31.5 point break, so probably need closer to like 8.825. Off overnight lows, I'm pretty sure we did break 33 points here, or 32 points. What was the overnight low, guys? 5.4? Yes, so overnight lows, they did hit 33 points here. And this is really good for timing. Well, I guess NQ equivalent would be like, usually if you have like a midpoint, so like usually like the 12.5 area, so there's probably some overhead around here. Bit of a reduction stick here, but that's okay. These are the earliest odds. I just want to see if they can break ahead of 12. They already did hit a 33-point ratio off overnight lows. I would prefer that they hit at least 32 to 33 off real time though. And I think off real time open they did break 30 or 22 points here, if I'm not mistaken. Where's the real time opening range? Is this 22 points, guys, off real time open? Super important, because this is what's going to start giving us odds of getting like those extensions of like 44 off real-time OR, which obviously can help us extend, and these are the ideal times to do so. So it's not just about hitting those ranges, it's the time of day that we do it. I think that was exactly 22 points. Yeah, it is 22 points off opening range, and this is ahead of noon. I think they're stalling 31.5 so far here off lows for real time. So there could be some reduction on these sticks. These reductions are probably the 34-point intervals here. And 31.5 intraday makes sense because that's essentially what they did, like back in here off real-time lows. So real-time lows was, how do I explain this to you guys? Real-time lows to yesterday's lows, are you guys listening? Was around 31 to 30.75 points. So to closing sticks, it was around 31.25 points. So it makes sense that they might stall around like 31.25, 31, like this area up here. And you can see the slight reduction coming into play here. We have odds after 12, but obviously breaking ahead is going to be, that would have been the most ideal. They still did break overnight range though, so that could keep it in play for the duration of the session. And this is implying 9.2 here, so if and when they come back around, we probably want to try getting some structure breaks of at least around here. That's the overall reduction that they gave during this period from 55 to noon. I think 9.250 to 9.3. Can someone write this down in the Discord? Let's see if they can immediately negate there. So the idea for today was I would prefer that they break, even though we technically have to like 130, 148, breaking ahead of 1, like closer to like 101. This was a very crucial point in the session today that could keep us in play till basically 3:44 till end of session, okay? So we do have pretty good odds today to be in play for duration of the session. These are really important times of day if you guys want to jot them down. This is just kind of the first window that they could start breaking the zones by. At least they triggered 8750, 8775. So this is enough range for the duration of the session, like from here until 5 p.m. But how high do you guys think the, how do I say it? The pressure becomes once you start hitting midpoint of the real-time session? Yeah, very high. I'd say like once you start hitting closer to like the real-time midpoint, that's when pressure would get a little bit higher. So they've hit enough range for a session, like not real-time session, like overnight session range, but they haven't hit enough range yet for real-time to keep it in play. Usually around like 1238, 1242, 1245, 1248. This is typically mid-session for real-time. Because today's odds are closer to 344, 345, we could actually maybe measure off there, okay? Which means that we can have some odds a little bit earlier, I would think. Yeah, probably closer to like the 136, 137 window, okay? Does that make sense? I just want to see off those previous breaks. Super early. But hey, I want to know now if we're going to get 6520s or if we're going to only get 6490s. Do you know what I'm saying? That's a nice move on Amazon. Netflix, I noticed, actually consolidated this range here well and finally cleared the 1247, so it's on its way to its next range. Banks also did pretty good today too. All right, so let's see. I did have some calculated times this morning at 10:36. And I noticed that off these ranges, like from that to lows and opening range, is the times we had major structure breaks. I don't know if you guys see that. Do you see this? Like even this range reduction stick here earlier. Versus like from here to do you see this? It was like roughly 46 to 47 minutes. Okay, do you see this? And I noticed even like off this. Kind of see that? Okay, so I was thinking these were probably some odds where they stalled. But if we look at this from like these types of breaks, so that would have been like closer to like around here. There's some offsets. I don't know if you guys can see them. And the reason I'm saying this is because I think it is implying that there could be some odds right now. Do you see that? And this should align with like mid-session, like just before this range. I think the mid interval is around 20 to 22 minutes. So these are some calculated times of day here, guys, at 12:09, 12:10. If someone wants to document this, this is probably the earliest odd for a retest here. This is a manual calculation though, so it's not a flip. I did want to see these intervals too, just because they should be around the same. Yeah, they are. That's really cool. 28 minutes. 28 minutes. So that means that there was probably some... They had odds here of continuing, then they stalled. Let's see. And then this 28-minute interval is probably linked to this. So that's probably why they stalled right there. But this didn't really have a good odd. Does that make sense? This had a better odd. This was a little too late. Does that make sense to you guys? I know this is a very weird way of looking at it, but this is more calculated. This time of day has better odds, 12:09, 12:10, of actually getting some structure breaks. This is a calculated time of day. This is the more proper time interval for breaking this 8675, 87 range and actually getting a closing stick above there. Does that make sense? Can someone document these closing prices here, since these are calculated times? Didn't we say that we have to break at least that 8725 mark or something like that for this to be, and get some better closing price points? Didn't we say 8675? I think Li wrote it in the chat actually. Yeah, this was the overhead. And this was due to it being more aligned with where they actually broke, which was 29.5 point ratios. So some calculated times of day here. Really cool too that this point also aligns with this structure breaking point here. Do you see this? At 11:42. It has more alignment with this point in the day here too. So if we look at it from like the based extensions, it means that there's probably still going to be some odds around 12, 22, 23, 24, but it's more in line that they likely break closer to the calculated times of day, which is 12:37. Isn't that insane? So this point in time is calculated at, remember how I said that since we have odds today at 3:44, 45, Do you guys remember that? And I said the midpoint of the session could occur a little bit earlier, closer to like 10:37. Or sorry, I guess 10:37, right? 12:37. That's also the 28-minute interval from this 12:09, which is based off these structure breaks that are happening in real time off lows opening range. Really, really cool. Even this right here, look, that was like the low structure here where they held 7-4. Isn't that cool? Back here, this was the 7-4 hold. Like if we delete everything in between, you could see this a little bit better. Look at that. So these intervals here should link you with like big structure breaks. Even look at this structure at 11:11. And some of the holding structures here, do you see it? At 10:38 off 7975. That's really cool. If you're someone that is really interested in some time aspects of things, which I don't always share, definitely go back and review this session. And then we did say that the overall interval from like opening range here was close to like 47 to 46 minutes. So this is where you could see some structure breaks occur. But I wonder if we measure them off the lows, if that's where there's other structure breaks. Yeah, it is. Look, do you see that? That's really cool. That's that structure break, the structure break right here at 11:11. Isn't that so interesting? Look at this. This is probably a structure break right here off the 46, 47 minute intervals. That's when they hit highs right here. So they had time to try again right here at 11:57. These were the odds just before 12. And then they stalled. Okay. So, and these should align with midpoint of the session. These right here. Look. 46, 47 minute intervals should align with those midpoints, which is mid-session. But because the range and time today is a little bit more calculated off these structural breaks right here, we probably have odds until 12:55 through 1 o'clock. This is the highest odd in the session today, is this window right here. This window right here is going to help us determine how much range we're going to get for the session, okay? And we already knew that this area could be pretty heavy here. How's everyone doing today, though, in terms of your trades? Yeah, I had some calls that I bought Tuesday, but I did take the long off 5/8 today for today's expiration, so we'll see how that goes for the rest of the session. HSI has been trading a lot cleaner, I noticed. Okay, let's see what they do here. Well, Apple finally broke that 235, and didn't we say overheads around 243, 244 with this one? Kind of a waiting game here, guys, till we hit these points in the session here. This is going to be the most important time of day for the market today, is this period here. Okay? So what do you guys think we need to hit? Let's say by 12. What do you mean waiting? Are you not in a position, Dunks? What do you wait for sometimes? I always wonder. These should be the, like, these should have been your entries today. Like, you long entries above 5.2. We definitely don't want to go beneath that area, like 5.2, 5.7. Like, but ideally above 5.7 between 6.2. Those are the best areas, okay, to hold and to do long entries. First cover between 7.9 to 8.2. And based on the kind of PA that they have there, they had pretty constructive PA here, I would say. And they did a great job of holding 7.4. They never even took this back beneath 7.4. So this implied that they definitely want to try getting the 8.8, 8.9, 90. First stall at 8.6 made sense. Because if they would have just swept this above 8.6, 8.7 the first time around, right, like over 8.8, let's say, that would imply that they'd be testing 9.3, 9.4 during this period here, okay? So what price point do you guys think that we would be looking to hit during mid-session today? And what would that imply? So specific price points obviously imply specific range. So what do you guys think? What would that imply? So for starters, we haven't hit a 33 or 34 point range from real-time lows. We did for overnight lows, but not for real-time. So I would say a minimum of 88.50, ideally 8925, 90, right? Do you guys agree? These are also the 66 point breaks from the prior 2 weeks session open for the week. So lots of confluence around 88, 50, 87, 75, 89, 90 area, okay? So that would be a minimum condition. What would be the most ideal areas to break for real-time range, let's say at this point of the day? So they've already hit a 22 point ratio off open, I think. Or they're just stalling it, maybe. I think they stalled it. So you probably need a minimum of 87.75 close. I would say ideally by like these median points, like 12.24, 12.30. Does that make sense? Because you want to get at least that. And that's going to give you odds of getting that 6,500 area today. And the 6,500 area, guys, is also in alignment with 44 points off lows. So 34 points off real-time open is 64.9975. 44 points off real-time lows is close to 6500.5. Okay, off overnight lows, it's close to 60. Overnight lows, I think, was around 5.4 area. Is close to 64.9875. So there's going to be a lot of confluence between this area here. Okay, that's a really heavy area today if they're able to get it there. And a lot of that is going to be based on them obviously breaking these 8, 9, 90 spots. Off the actual session open close, which we never really looked at, and that is really important actually. We already broke a 22-point range. That was these areas here. We have yet to break. So if they did a similar type range to what they did here, okay, off real-time or overnight lows to prior night's lows, then it's implying that there could be some overhead around 8,950. Do you see that? So we already know that 8,950 is pretty huge. If and when they take out 8,950, you want to try taking out the 9.2. Okay, these are off the actual session, guys. So 9.2 to 9.3 to 9.4. Do you see this? And this should take us back to the prior week's session open on August 25th. So today's session open and session close, are you guys listening, is directly aligned with the 9.4 area, okay? So that's why that's a pretty massive overhead. I don't think we'd hit that by mid-session though. I figured if they're going to try testing those ranges and maybe limit us today around the 64.98, 65.01 area, maybe 65.05, they would probably do that later in the session. Does that make sense? And we would be able to tell, especially if they start stalling 8.6, 8.7, 8.8, because if they were going to take us to 9.2, 9.3, 9.4 by mid-session, they would have taken out 8.6, 8.7, 8.8 on the first attempt. Does that make sense? They wouldn't have stalled that area on the first attempt. They would have taken it out like immediately. Does that make sense, guys? Especially off like a real-time low to high basis, or an overnight low to high basis. So overnight lows are definitely stalling here so far. Okay. Do you see that? If they would have wanted to extend or expand this afternoon, they would have taken out this area before mid-session, I would say. So definitely a bit of a wall. And you can see some of the reductions happening here at 21, 22. Close to that same ratio that we've had. Probably going to align with that 90.5 break, which I think is, again, also that 34-point break off lows. Yeah, it is. Do you see that? So they're struggling a little bit here. Are we still good on time? Yeah, from a time perspective, I think we're still fine. When would we start being a little bit concerned though? Around what time of day do you think would we have to raise some concerns that this could become a pinnable session between the 7.4, 7.8, 8.2, 8.8, 90? Because that could happen too if they just want to reset the pins today. We said that we're not technically obligated to break this area. Obviously it would be nice if they did, but we probably would have a bit more time than that. But the range just ahead of them definitely makes a huge difference too. Like them even taking it all the way back to like 7-9, for instance, right here. You can see that they're really trying to reduce the range on the session today. Especially because they're doing this just ahead of these periods. Because these are probably the odds of them having that 9-3 area. Do you see it? So they're implying that they want to try stalling. Do you see that? 9-4, 2-5, but we just said that those are off the session open close on the 34-point ratios. So this reduction here is implying that they want to delay getting to 9-3, 9-4. I'd say we probably have until at least 1 and just after 1. Like sometimes they can even extend through like 130, 148, but it really starts to like limit the odds if they wait that long to even hit like a minimum range. Does that make sense? Because have we even hit the minimum range from a real-time perspective? Let's see if you guys get this right. Have we hit a minimum range from a real-time perspective? Yes, we have. Because I said this morning we're going to work with 17 to 22 point intervals. So if we're looking at this off a real-time range, off real-time open, have we hit a minimum range? Yes, we have, right? Because we hit exactly 22 points. So technically speaking, if they want to keep this a little bit stuck today, they could. I'd look to see if they can try holding the 22 point ratios off lows, which should align with our 7-8, 7-9 spots. From a real-time low to high perspective, we haven't hit range. Okay, so from like a low to high, we haven't hit, you know, a 32, 33, 34 point ratio. But from a real-time open, the minimum range we have. Does that make sense? Between 17 to 22, we did hit that. We actually stalled exactly at 22 points from real-time open. Yeah, we had odds at that 12:30 turnaround to set us up. Does that make sense, guys? These are some of the midpoints here between 12:30, 12:32, just ahead. So a minimum range, we actually did hit the minimum range. We haven't hit the extended ranges. What are the extended ranges? What would be the minimum range you guys think from like a low, or like the extended range from a low to high? This is where I think you guys were confused. Come on. Before the big flips, come on. I'm going to set this poll to 2 minutes. So from a real-time open, we've hit 22 points. That's the minimum range. So we've done that. Okay, and right now they're basically consolidating between the minimum intervals. Does that make sense? Off today's open. So what that means is that there's overhead here, and there's likely some support around here. Okay, does this make sense? This would be the 17-point interval here, okay? Which is where they're currently stalling. So if we delete everything in between, you see where you're stuck right now. Those are the minimum ranges. Does that make sense, you guys? This little, and it makes sense it'd be above 7-8, but beneath 8-8, because above here is the zone entry. So even from my point theory, it makes sense, because we need above 6488, and we need to hold over our first target of 647825, which is the weekly OR. It's not a coincidence that this is the weekly OR. I'd say at least trying to clear these ranges here by the midpoints of the session, or like at least sustain this area in here. Like if we start coming back beneath 7-8 and then kind of fail to, let's say, retrace this area by 102, then we'd be in trouble, because off of actual session range, so these areas down here, we could technically, do you see how they're kind of stalling here right now? I don't know if you see that. Do you see how there's some overhead here off like the session range? It needs to get out of this little box right here. So from a session range, you're not going to capture the 9.4, 9.3 areas unless you can break out of this box right here. And ideally clear at least above here. Okay, mark these in a different color. So like this area here. Does that make sense? So in other words, if you sustain right here, you have to take out at least this area here, like the black ranges. And it's probably a similar offset here between the differential. Like you're probably shy of 1.5 points on here, just like you're sustaining 1.5 points beneath right here. They're keeping this very calculated or stuck on both ends. Does that make sense? Because you haven't broken low enough to break structure, and you haven't broken high enough to break upside structure. And there's a lot of pressure that starts hitting around this time of day, like 12:37, 38. Okay, calculated times, guys, are coming up right here. Super important period to see if they're able to break some of the range. And like I said, these are calculated periods, so calculated periods mean calculated price, meaning you should be able to calculate the price points here. So we want at least a 17-point break right here. Can someone document this? So you want to break this little structure stall here is the 17 points off open. And you obviously want to try pushing to at least the 22-point intervals here, which is high of day, okay? During this period. Because even breaking a 17-point ratio here at this time of day could imply that they might want to give us like a 17-point extension on the session, which would take us to 6,500 basically. Does that make sense? So that's a good closing stick for 1237 because they closed it above that 8275, whatever that spot was. Do you see this? That's exactly a 17-point close here, 17.25. Do you see this? Which is, it's not great, but it's definitely good that they at least tried to sustain the line. Very important that you get some follow-through sticks though around that 1239 to 1245 period. And see if they can get some structure breaks. Off the low of day, I think this was like for real-time lows. They definitely held over 22 points. And like I said, they have to break above this 8-8 wall here from a real-time low, or overnight low, sorry. There's some overhead here. We just have to get back over 8625, but ideally 8825. So 8825, guys, is the overhead. And if we get some reduction sticks during this period, then that's essentially implying that they can make this a pinnable session today. Like these sticks right here, especially on a back test of like 7-8, let's say, or 7-9. Because the sticks between here are implying that they could have maybe retested this 8675 during this period. Right, or 87, like basically a odd of these ranges back here. Yeah, so like I said earlier, it's not that they have to clear during these points in time. It's more of like these periods in the day give you an idea of the kind of max range you can have for the session today, okay? It's not really a cutoff period. So like Ella, you know how you said that that's kind of like the cutoff? It's not. It's just a calculated time that would give you an idea of the kind of range that you could get during this period. I would say that they probably still could afford being stuck here until, you know, close to like the 130, 136, 148 period. Like typically you want to try breaking before 2. Sometimes there's some odds after 2, but relative to the price point, I would say if they waited all the way till 2 to break this area here, then that's probably not good. Unless they wanted to pin the close closer to like 90, 93, 96. Does that make sense? Are these areas enough to be considered a max range for the actual session today, though? Yeah, they still haven't broken down any major structure yet, though. I feel like unless they come back beneath like 7.6, 7.8, then we're probably still okay. Yeah, they did from like a session low to session high. So far they have. They hit 33 points. Typically that's enough to be considered a max range. For a real-time session, minimum range, they've hit 22 points. So technically yes, but we'll see what they do here. This is mid-session right here. This period here. We also had that odd at 101, remember? So this was a potential delay. I'm not sure if that's that 28-minute interval. Actually, it might be. No, 24. So one would be the... So then maybe we've actually got some odds, guys, maybe around like the 101, 106, 108. This could be that delay. Okay, 112. Do we have any auctions this afternoon? That could actually make sense if there was auctions or something. And then that 47-minute break is closer to like 124 and probably that 136 period. So it's not that we don't have entire odds, okay? They definitely can still have odds here. It's just more of like these times of day give us an idea of the type of range we could get. So mid-session stick, guys, is getting a decent break back up here. Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on it anyway, because if they did keep this in play till then this is definitely a period that they can get some volatility. Plus 101 was a very important flip today, so 64.82.50 getting retraced here. Do you guys notice the similarities between this point in the day and that 37 stick? These are both calculated times. This is the mid-session stick. This was the initial calculated time for them to try. I don't know if that's 17 points retraced though. I don't think it is. I think it's like just shy of it. So it's not actually as great as it looks. Needed a tiny bit higher, like 8.275. There was an odd around 4.8, so could be a extended break. Okay, so earlier I was asking, like, these would be the calculated points in time in terms of trying to determine range for the session or the type of PA we could get. Based on where they stalled right here, the fact that they held a 17-point ratio does imply that there is a decent probability that they might want to take this higher. How high would the pressure be, though, between I would say like 101 to like 136. I'm going to set this poll for 5 minutes because this is definitely a more crucial period in terms of clearing. We have that extension here at 4.8. So this is exactly what we needed. We needed at least over 8.275, okay? 8.3 area, so we need to close above here to keep this odd in play. Really nice stick, guys, at 4.8. 4.8 was an extension that I had. And these will help keep our odds in play for that 101. We had that odd at 12.55.56 that I had jotted down earlier. So we'll watch this 5.4, 5.5, 5.6 period. I'm pretty sure this was... Sorry, my eyes are so itchy. Wow, that's a really good negation stick at the 4.8. Look at that. It's really trying to defend for itself. That was also the cutoff because there isn't really much... I had no flips in between here for a while. So it was good that it kind of broke that. This is also, this period, guys, is based off the 46, 47 minute interval, okay, from these calculated times of day. Does that make sense? This right here. So these odds here are pretty good that they could try breaking ahead here. Whereas this period here is more in line with like these failed sticks right here at 12.20, 12.22. So does this make sense? Actually, this is very important. Actually, if you try understanding this, okay, this will make sense. So you see here at 12.20, 12.21, you know how we had some odds at 12.22, 23? They broke it down, okay, which kind of ruined the structure. Does that make sense? This candle is connected to these points in time. So it's kind of like, you see how this candle broke down structure? Okay, this candle's breaking up structure. It's a negation stick, right? This negated odds of them breaking it up at 2.2, 2.3, 2.4. This is increasing odds of breaking back up at 5.4, 5.5, 5.6. Does that make sense? And this period took about 6-7 minutes. And the low of day today is actually in line with a 6-minute interval. So we could actually probably use 6-minute intervals here too. And this should be intact with that 12.54, okay, which is the 45, 47 minute frame from here. So 5.4, 5.5, I think 5.6 had better odds, but there's definitely some odds here at 5.4 that we can watch for. So does that make sense that this is like, maybe if I shade the color, so this would be like a green odd. This basically negated these times of day from breaking up. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm trying to make it make sense in terms of a time interval because it's not just about understanding time, it's about understanding the kind of price action that you could look to see at that point in time. Whereas these points in time, they're not calculated times are not always calculated for range. They're more for like helping you gauge the kind of range you could get for the duration of the session. Does that make sense? Because this is linked to end of day. These points here are linked to the end of session. So if they're sustaining a 17-point ratio, let's say off open, it could keep a 33, 34-point ratio into close. Does that make sense? I highlighted these here in yellow just because I feel like there's a heavier importance here if they stall. Like you can kind of see how they're reversing this a little bit here. What's one reason why I'm not too concerned that they broke this up right here and then broke it right back down? And no problem. That also helps me stay in trades a bit longer too sometimes without like panicking. So I feel like timing is so important. So why would I be okay with them breaking this down right here, these 3 minutes? Because we still have time. Yeah, like I would much rather they do this right here than do it right here. Because back in here, they did it a minute or two before. That was bad. Does that make sense? Because now they have to account for the 3-4 points that they brought down, right? So if they can do this here, this is better. It's always better to break down earlier rather than like just before. So this breaking down right here told me that they're likely not going to break this back up. So them breaking it down right here says there's a pretty high odd. And usually the range that they break it down by is the range that they'll break it back up when they negate. So we could maybe anticipate like a 2 to 2.75 range off these sticks here. So like close to that 8825, which I think is what we said we needed, isn't it? Isn't 8825 the 34 point range off overnight lows? And this 8875. 8, yeah. So interesting. So what about 2 points? I think 2 points would get us back to close to high of day. So let's see. Okay, how many think they're going to break here? There are some pretty good odds for 5-4, 5-5, 5-6. Oops. 6, 4, 8, 7, 50. Break at 12, 54 to 1256. We do have odds at 101, but this is the earlier period here. Let's set some alerts. Five, 5, 6 had a better odd, but anyway, I just feel like maybe not a bad idea to watch the 5-4 stick. These had some better odds here. I would start getting concerned. So who was it that was saying earlier? I wasn't too concerned if they don't break or test at 3738. I would definitely be more concerned if they don't start testing around this 101, 105, this period here, at least the high of day. Does that make sense? And only because that high of day is linked to our ranges. 6494 would be good. That's exactly 34 points from the session close, which is not a coincidence. None of that's ever a coincidence. All right, let's see here. Oh, thank you for the contribution. So 3 voted no, 3 voted yes. So far they're stalling a little bit, but they are holding the line off 8-4. We've had some crazy volatility sticks though on like some of these breaks. This here had the best odd. I'm just gonna shade that a different color. So like 101, this period here. Hi, Booth. So actually, I mean, I guess we could watch 5-7 because that's actually linked to 12-10, but I'm thinking if they delayed here, they're probably waiting till 101. The worst case scenario is if they don't clear during this period, because this is a pretty wide extension of us just sitting up here. Do you know what I mean? And when you're hovering highs, it can be kind of nerve-wracking. And that's when premiums start to chop up a bit too. Especially for trading same-day expirations. I just want 101 to hit so I can go get water because I'm so dehydrated. Are you guys sure we have nothing at 1 p.m. today? So I didn't think that they would break here just based off what happened at 5-4. Like 5-4 showing no relative strength implied that they probably won't break this, especially with 5-5 getting that breakdown right here too. I don't know, maybe. Because kind of weird that there's nothing scheduled because this is a pretty calculated period here. Maybe there might be some news or something that drops. Yeah, and these are also like pretty important times of day for them to stall too, so. Let's see. They've been doing this a lot too, ahead of these major points. Like, do you see the range that they keep reducing? So the more and more they keep doing this, especially off these price points here, this keeps implying that they want to make this a pinnable session today. Which I know is not what you guys want to hear, obviously, but we already knew that those odds were pretty high. Right? And pinnable so far is implying around the 93, 94 to 90 area. So we might get limited on range there today. And obviously only if they're able to clear during these periods this afternoon. I would use a bit of caution here around the 101 period just because they're trading back beneath that 17-point ratio from open, like beneath 82.50. And hovering just above the 7.9 mark. Definitely have to try, I would say, retracting here because they're still battling both ends. I would prefer that they get this back over 82.50 though. These are the sticks that basically have to fight for their lives. Like this stick is similar to this 4-8 stick. Do you see that? Could you imagine if they actually test here at 101? Like retest 8.6, 8.7? That would be pretty insane. They try fully bringing back the range. That stick would need at least like 4 points though for that to happen. The nice thing though is there's odds here. Actually, what do you guys notice? This is something that's actually kind of cool. So back in here, this is a little bit better than here. Why? Why is this period here better than this period here? Guys, I can't believe they're actually retracing this 4 points up. That's insane. We just drew that too. That's nuts. They really took this back up like over 4 points in that 2 minutes. That's crazy. Yeah, what about time though? What helps us a little bit more here than it would have back here? Wow, they're really taking it back to 8.5 here. What looks a bit different here? So this was the period back here. This is the period here. So what looks a bit different here? Quickly. 'Cause this point in the day had the better odds. Okay. Does that make sense? So it's half the time intervals, which means higher odds to push and squeeze. Does that make sense? Because we've got odds at 101 through this 104, 105, 106 period, which means they could try pushing here, especially if they were tracing enough range, which they did. They needed this back over that 82.50, 82.75, which is that 17-point interval. Off open. Okay. This right here. Do you see that? They hit exactly 17 points off that 1 o'clock stick. So they're setting up decent odds here to try for that 22-point range. As early as 104, 105, 106 were calculated times of day. $72.50 and $145. That would make sense because that would kind of be the, like, you know how ES has to break 34 points, which is only like 2 points higher or something like that. That would be the equivalent of NQ probably. I just don't know what the NQ equivalent would be though. Because what did we say the ratios were? Like 4 times ES or something? Is that what we said? If we know the ratios, then it makes it easier. I think it's maybe more than 4 times. Maybe it's 5 times. Yeah, 5 times ES, I think, which means probably close to like 168, 170. Maybe something like that. So like 23,578. Does that make sense? Look at these sticks, guys. 104 retesting 87. Hopefully this helped you guys stay long. They did a really good job of holding the line here. I also noticed that this stood out to me too because off the 12.59 period, they actually held a 1.5 higher. Okay. Right here. And you know how back here we had that 1.5 that we could afford risk down? With this implies that they could break at that 1.5 or 1.25 up here. Like they could basically use the offset range on the upside. All right, let's see. These were some pretty decent odds here for retesting high of day. This is where I'd start getting concerned if they didn't. Like between like 101 through 106, there were some odds around 112. And the reason I say that is because otherwise this is a pretty wide window. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, do you really want to wait 17 minutes or so, right? Or like 24, 28 minutes up at 8.7? What do you guys think? Probably not. These are the 28-minute intervals, by the way, off the 1237 stick. Okay? Off mid-session, it's closer to like 12, 13. Off our 48 stick, okay, there are some odds around 116, 117, 118. But I would prefer that they do it now, like between this period here. There we go. 648,750 being tested here at 107. These would be the best points in time to break because these are the 29-minute intervals from our calculated times of day at 12:37, 12:38. Wow. That's the exact 29-minute interval too. That's pretty insane. 1:07 p.m. getting a really nice stick break here. Remember what I said, when we do break, we want to break 8750, 8825, and potentially that 90 mark. 8875, 90. Do you guys see that break? 64.90 in a single stick. That's pretty insane. And volume coming in here too. So very high pressure that they broke during this time period. These are the 47-minute intervals from that 12:20, 12:21, by the way. So you see these sticks that broke down? Remember how earlier I was saying that 12:48 is linked to this? 1:07 is also linked to these breaking structure sticks here. And this is really good now too because we have a lot of time to do what? Don't get this wrong. What do we have a lot of time to do here now? Because they broke, and now they've got what? And they broke it in single sticks, which is exactly what we need. 88.25 close is exactly 34 points. Okay? And I think that's what I said earlier that we needed, right? Was an 88.25 close. I'm pretty sure. Didn't we say that? Yeah, now they have odds to expand. So let's see here. From lows, that's pretty close, 33.75, and this was the 32-point ratio. So 88.25 is a minimum of 32 points. Like we said, they stalled 33.75. So overhead is right around that 90.25, but they still broke a 33-point range from real-time lows. And they definitely broke enough range here above session range, okay? So session lows, they've definitely broken enough. This is obviously more than a 22-point break off real-time open, which could set us up pretty nicely for continuation this afternoon. This was also the 47-minute and 29-minute interval off that 107 stick. I should probably check my position. I didn't even check what I had my sell orders in it. So what do you guys think? Do you think that we've got some odds here? Yes, especially because they held 63.71. I already said that earlier this week too. That's also calculated off open. I said this yesterday. So yes. And we also said that with the 55-point intervals, it also makes sense with it being like for weekly targets. Kind of just depends on what they do today, but if they somehow, some way gave us like a big range break, like this is why they could maybe stall these areas here, but if they did give us like a big range break, it would have to be like, so right up here is the 66 points, so like 91, 93, okay? It's also the 34 point ratios here, so there's a lot of overhead at 93, 94, 96, but from real-time open, right here at 65, 75, I think we said a 66 point break from real-time open is, or 55, 56 point break is exactly those, didn't we say we're working with like 56.25 this week? So 56.25 is exactly back to 65.22, okay? This is off real-time open, let's say, okay? Does that make sense? That's off the real-time open. Off real-time lows, which is around the 5625 area, that would be a 66 point break. Do you see that? 66 points would take you back to, this is off real-time open. That would take you back to all-time highs. So yes, there's definitely odds for 65.20s to still hit this week. Especially, this would be a 68 point break. Do you see that? Off the lows from today. So everything aligns with that, but it would have to, we would have to hit a specific area today. What's that area that we'd have to hit? What would we have to hit for that to be the case? Because you're not going to get that unless we actually trigger that range. What would you have to hit? Yeah, I would say that hitting 93, 94 is good, but I would probably want to hit closer to like 64, I don't know, like 97 to 6500, 6501. I feel like that would give us better odds. Unless they want to break it out into two parts, which technically the 8889 is enough. And you can keep seeing that they keep, it's funny because they keep reducing range and then giving like these big sticks to negate. We had those odds right here at 17, 18, I think we said, right? I don't know how it got deleted, but didn't we say that we had some odds here? Why did it delete off my chart? I think these were off here, yeah. Yes, right? And then off the three. Yeah, there isn't really any odds right here. This point in the day though is actually linked to this structural hold right here though, so that's kind of interesting. This right here. But these had odds at 17, 18 off our 4-8 stick, so. We could, but I feel like they'd have to hit at least 64, 95, 95 to 97, 98 area. Probably no later than like, we'd have to probably hit that before 2, if that makes sense. Like, and those areas are very calculated for session because those are off session OR. Does that make sense? So we've hit enough range off real-time lows today, which is good because we just hit a 33.75 ratio. But I'd say off like the real-time opening range, like you probably have to hit at least Or is it at least these areas to get that? Does that make sense? Like you have to hit at least 98, 96, 97 for that to even be a probability. And probably by, well, I would say before 2, but sometimes you have odds to like 230, 245. Because right now we're kind of just stuck between here. Do you see that? So not that it's entirely out of the picture. We definitely could, because the 4th is also our flip date for the week. So which day this week has the highest odds for negation and upside range? Definitely today. Do you see that? So there's definitely odds, but they need at least here. Like there's no way that they could get there, I think, if they don't at least try testing this area here. Okay. You just have to kind of be realistic from a time perspective too. So kind of like how they took out the 90 in like a single stick. You know how they took out 8825, 8975, 90? I would say during like these intervals that we have coming up right here, like especially the 130, 136 period, you probably want to take out at least the 993, which is, they closed the session around 60.5 yesterday, right? Do you see that? Like this area here, 9394, is off the actual session close. So you definitely would have to break that area there. And you'd have to do it in single sticks. Does that make sense? So you have to take out 90.25, and when you take it out, you have to take out 93 and this range here off overnight lows. And these real-time ranges here, you see how like they kind of stalled 32-point ranges? I don't know if you can see that. Okay, and then off the real-time open, this is like the best I can explain this. You see how they stalled 22-point ratios here? So one of the conditions was when they do break, they have to take out the 33. Okay, let me just zoom in. This, when they broke, they had to take out the 22, 33, 34-point ratios in a single stick, which they did. Do you see that? On the stick right here? Because that breaks real-time open, session lows, overnight close. Does that make sense? Like you're breaking all the metrics in one bar. So your condition, if you even had an odd of getting 20s today, you'd have to take out these ranges here in a single stick. Like you can't just take out like you can't just take out like the high of day. You'd have to take out the full range. So we already know from like a real-time range, we have to take out a minimum of 90.25. So that means you have to take out the high of day. And ideally when you do take it out, you have to get like a stick break to ideally 9.3, 9.4. Does that make sense? Like you'd have to have a good stick, and you'd have to, it makes sense too because it would take it back to previous week's open at 9.3, 9.4. Do you remember that from last Sunday? So you'd have to have like this kind of price action, just like you had right here. You'd have to have like this kind of price action like this. Because then if you set it up to get some range breaks between 9.4, 9.7, 9.8. Okay. This isn't really a spot that you want to stall, basically, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? If you want to get 20s. Especially because 9.4, 9.6 has been so heavy, right? The area that you could afford to stall to get 65 20s today would be probably 0375, 05, 07, right? If they want to consolidate up here this afternoon, then you have a good odd. But you can't afford to consolidate here if you want that odd. Does that make sense? That's how you get an expansion scenario. So you need some single sticks through those really big spots here, like this. Do you see that? 6490.25 tested here at 121. That's the range that we needed. This is where it stalled last time. We have some odds to clear this as early as 123.24. That's the 34-point ratio from low of day. I'll let you guys know when I fully cover too, by the way. Because I did say earlier I'm only going to do increments this afternoon. This is definitely not a bad idea to take some off if you wanted to. Based on how they're trading though, I would probably wait to at least see if we can get 9.3, 9.6. Personally, that's just me though. Obviously, if you want to cover here, then go ahead. But okay, let's reset this. I'm just going to mark this 90.25 just because it's calculated for today's real-time session. I think these are the odds off the 5.5, 5.6 sticks. So what this is telling me is that they're definitely increasing their probabilities this time around in comparison to how they acted at 5.5, 5.6, 5.7, 5.8. Do you see this? And the range reduction that they had on these sticks? Like they're definitely increasing their odds to get some better structural breaks around that 127, 128, 130 window. And these are off the 130 is actually linked to our 12 or 101 stick, guys. Okay. And this could help us this afternoon be directly continue through that 148 period. So 148 is also a calculated time of day today. And these could give us odds through too. Do you see that? Off here. Just before 2. Maybe just after 2. This is why they could give us some odds just after 2, but I would say it's probably still better that they try testing here closer to this period. So what kind of sticks would you want to get in this price area here, guys? Especially between like 9.250, 9.325, 9.425. Yeah, you want single sticks, I would say. 130 is directly linked to this 48 stick too, so we're gonna Watch this. 2-7 had the earliest odd of breaking this 90 wall. Our timing today is pretty spot on though. There we go. 64.90, 2-5 wall broken here at 1:27 p.m. You guys also realize how good the weekly plan went this week, right? Like we're literally resetting 64.96 today on the 4th. 4th had the best odds for getting back into the zone. Back into the zone is above 6488 and giving us a better structural pin reset. These are our 256 point ranges up here too, so they are really, really big spots. And I always find it so fascinating that they align like the open close to be set off those intervals too. Like the fact that, you know, a 33 point break today or a 34 point break is right back to 9.4. That's so funny. Isn't that hilarious that they would do something like that? Like that's actually insane. And then the real time open is a line that they could actually give us a break of 9.6, 9.7 this time. Do you see that? Which we kept struggling back in here to get those structure breaks. So really, really, really insane that they could actually give us those better structures and a probability of 65-20s. We don't have to have 65-20s today, obviously, but the 4th flip date really helps keep us extended for mid-month until like the 16th, 17th. This is a day that helps negate hitting some like major downside range and gives us an odd to get back in the zone. Back in the zone is 6488 to 6532, okay? We start getting a bit of a wide window here after 1:30, where it's closer to 2. Sorry, my chart's starting to look crazy. It's starting to look insane now. 1:30 had a good odd of trying to test this 9.2 area, so let's see. Yeah, except this time around, hopefully if they break 9.7, 9.6. Remember how last time we said if they break 9.7, we get a single stick through 65.01? And they did, in like 6.499. I don't know if you guys remember that. You do have to be a little bit careful up here though, just because these are getting pretty close to hitting those max ranges. I don't think that it's still early in the day, but I don't know if they'll give us 65-20s today. I feel like if they're going to do that, then it'll keep odds in play for the week of our weekly targets, right? At like 65-30, 65-40s. But like I said, I feel like in order to do that, they really have to take out this range here in single sticks. Yeah, that's what I wanted, is like around 64.98, 6500, 6503. I'd be more than happy with that, to be honest with you. Because remember what I was saying before? It's them like resetting those previous ranges. So, and sometimes you have to take it a bit lower to take it higher. So like instead of, like in here, instead of 66, 65 or beneath here, remember how I said we have to be above 55, 57, but beneath this 66 area here, okay, and they did. This would be the same, except it would be like ideally above 93, 94, okay, Does that make sense? But maybe beneath this 650102. And it's so it sets it up so that structure just keeps slightly breaking. So if we get like a range like this, then we could get like a break like this. Does that make sense? And it's, I think, like 5-point offsets or something. And we said that there's 7-point intervals here. And it makes sense because these are the 7-point intervals that we had from here to here and here to here. Do you see it? Does that make sense to you guys? Like, I don't know how else to explain this, but it's basically like this. Like, you'd want to be closer to 65. Like, at this point, you can actually afford being closer to 6501, 6504, right? Because the second time around that you break, you actually have a higher odd of clearing these ranges and actually breaking 6510 the first point around versus stalling. Kind of a weird differential, but yeah, we'll see. Okay, I'm gonna grab water really, really quickly because I'm so dehydrated. I'll be right back. Yeah, I made a pumpkin spice latte. I actually found the syrup. Yeah, but you guys should have expected a slow grind, especially since we had odds of stalling between... At least we didn't stall between 7-8 and 8-1. You guys should be pretty happy. Could you imagine if they stalled us between 7-8 and 8-1? Also, is this the best period in the day to stall a bit here and consolidate? Especially after breaking 8875, 89, 90.25. Yeah, this is definitely a wider duration. Usually wider time intervals mean what? What does that usually imply? Maybe we get a nice move end of day, Brendan. Maybe we get 65.20s. That's even better if it's late day. Well, this is the best period to consolidate. Usually when you have a wider duration like this, it usually implies that you can consolidate a little bit more. But at least they're consolidating above 8750. Do you have to work today, Brendan, at 2? Yeah, I want to finish right away today, too. It's my sister's birthday tomorrow, so I have to go get her a gift. I'm, like, broke from birthdays, guys. I've had, like, 12 birthdays in, like, the last week and a half. I can't afford it anymore. Oh, nice. You're off today? Then I really hope we get 65-20 retest. Or at the least 65.05, 65.10. Because remember I said yesterday we had some odds for neutral ranges today too, like 65.05, 08, 13, 14. A lot of it though is just going to depend on this area in the 90s because it's so heavy up here. These areas here. A nap? I know. I went to sleep at like 1:30. And I actually got up on time today. I'm pretty tired. I think I slept for like 4 hours. Are you doing SPX? That's a trick question, by the way. Do they have interactive brokers in Europe? Because if so, can't you do both? Okay, guys. What do you guys think? Come on. I think Smoes is from Europe. He's from, I don't know if he's here right now, though. Sometimes he comes in kind of late, but he's from Germany. All right, calculated times of day here, guys, at 4748. Can someone document this? 147 retesting 64.91 in high of day. This is about the cutoff period here for the next range to hit. I would say, since no one answered those questions, same time. You basically, if you're going to have any odds of 65.08, 65.10, you definitely have to start looking at testing 9.3, 9.4, probably before 2, ideally. Like, we have some odds after 2, but to get extensions to 08, 10, you'd probably have to hit before 2. Does that make sense? And it's going to be the same scenario for giving odds of 65, 16 to 65, 20s. I feel like you'd have to trigger some pretty wide range during this time interval here. Okay. Is that a new high of day, or did they stall high of day here? I think they stalled high of day here. We'll watch the 30-second interval. Usually after the 30 seconds, it tends to break. So second half, like here. There we go. That's a new high of day at our 148, guys. Good timing on that. We had some really good odds around the 154, 55, 56. So just before 2. These would be pretty crucial points here to try testing that 92.50, 93.25, 94 overhead. You guys should be up quite a bit, because even the SPY calls I took earlier this morning off the lows, if you took, I don't know what you guys traded, I took some ES, and then I still had my calls from Tuesday, but we did that trade earlier. Those were trading around 50 to 60 cents. Those are over 220 now. So you should have covered at least something if you did those under $1. 400% move on those. My hands are like peeling completely. Yeah, because these could technically be considered some max range scenarios for the session. I still think we could trigger this area up here though, hopefully. That was my targets for today. 64, 98.75 I think, to 64.99. Ah, my eyebrows are itchy. This area here has lots of confluence. Okay, and then 6,500.50. I think exactly 44 points is here. And this is what we're looking for. And they broke 7.4, 7.8 so early. like especially that 7.97581 area. So I don't see how they can't give us 9.7. I would be so shocked if we don't get the 9.7 to 6,500 area, especially off these points in the day. Really nice break here, guys, on ES. And that's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said, is it not? Didn't I say when we break this, you have to take out the 9.1 to 9.4 in a single stick? You can't afford to stall this area here. Like if you're going to break 9.1, you have to take out 9.3, 9.4, 9.425, 9.3 were the overheads. That's actually insane. Can someone document this? And they're doing this here ahead, which means we can trigger our targets. What are our targets that we're looking to trigger ahead of 2? Potentially. Don't get this wrong. And I drew this earlier. I said if you're going to get odds of 6,500s, you have to trigger this area and single sticks. You can't stall. So this is what we drew, right? Like you have to break it in single sticks. You can't just stall this. So what do we have to break next? And this was an area that I thought was a little bit more in line with today. Like this, not that this area is not in line, I just feel like this isn't an overhead. Does that make sense? So Euro, I'm talking to you directly. This area, it's not that it's not an overhead, it's not a big overhead. We have better odds today around here. Okay, so like, not that 9.394 isn't an overhead, it's just not, it's an area I would expect to clear. Does that make sense? Like, I wouldn't expect them to stall here. I would expect them to take it out on the first attempt and then directly go to 9.6, 9.7. Does that make sense? 96.25 tested here in a single stick. This is exactly what we drew, guys. This is exactly how we want to have this set up to give us some odds this afternoon. This is setting up so nicely and right on time for 154, 55, 56. We had some pretty good odds just before 2 o'clock to try triggering 64.97 retest. Sorry, I'm kind of losing my voice this afternoon. These are more in line with the session open close. If you guys want to take some off here, you can. I'm still waiting to see what kind of range they give us here just before 2. We had some odds just after 2 as well, so... But you see the single sticks here? These are the single sticks that I was drawing earlier. Not very high odds that they would just stall 9.1, 9.2, 9.3, 9.6, 9.5. Like, you can't afford to stall this area this time. Does that make sense? Like, if you're going to take it out and you want range, you have to actually clear this area in a single attempt. That's the only way you'd even have odds of getting 65.08, 65.10, whatever the case is like this, even if they bring it back. 64.96 wall here. How did you find my Substack, Brokey? We need to change your name to Richie. Brokey's not a good look. Some slight reduction sticks here. Let's see what they account to. You guys can definitely take some off here if you guys want, okay? Like, this is obviously a big spot. I just have pretty good entry points, and our odds are pretty decent that they'll give us the breaks that I was looking for today. So these areas should align with the 64.99, 500 range, and I think, isn't that what we said was the range off OR? Isn't that 33 points off OR? Yeah, it is. So these slight reductions here do align to that. So far, they're stalling 30.5 points off OR, which is exactly what they did last night and in real time today. So remember how earlier I was saying when they did break this, what was it that we looked at? It was yesterday's, wasn't it this? Yes, okay, so remember when we said this? How they had like 29 or 30.5 or something like that? I don't remember, it was like 29 or 30.5, something like that. They're kind of doing the same thing again here. Okay, like when they're stalling these spots, oops. Okay, so like if you measure this off real-time open, which was 6575. Okay. And then that 30.5 or whatever we said it was. I think it was 30.5, wasn't it? Pretty sure it was 30.5. We talked about this morning. Okay, do you see how there's a tiny bit of overhead here? Do you see that? And it seems to be a bit of the theme based on what they're doing. From the actual session close to overnight lows, they did hit a 30, that's a 34 point ratio here off this area. And this is probably the offset of where they're stalling. So this range in here is going to be probably super close to like the net difference of hitting 34 to 35 points off the session. Whereas if we hit like this, in other words, this is like that 38, 39 point interval. And we had odds today if they expand to hit 44 points, right? So 44 points off off lows, I believe is right around here. Off overnight lows is pretty close to where they're stalling here. Do you see that? So these are really, really big spots for us today. Off the actual session close, which is 60.5, they just broke 34 points, okay? Right here. So you're kind of ranging a little bit in between here. What's something that stands out to you guys right here, though? So let's just write this down so we don't forget. Okay, this is 44 points off overnight lows. This is, pretty sure this was 44 points off real-time lows. 44 points off real-time. Okay. 34 points off session close. Something stands out here, guys. What stands out to you guys? This is going to help you have pretty good odds. What stands out right here? Oh, this is, oh, this area is also 34 points off real-time open. So really big spots around here, 34 points off real-time open. It didn't just hold above, it did something very specific. What did it do above real-time ranges here? Especially off the session close. So this is the session close. What did it do here? Remember earlier how I said we had a 1.5 point offset? Do you see what happened here? They closed above the 34-point interval from session close and session open at 34 points. Remember how I said earlier we had a 1.5 point offset? So meaning when we do break these ranges, we can probably break them by like 1.25 to 1.5 points. Okay? Which is like 35.5, 36. And that's exactly what they did yesterday. So if you're paying attention to yesterday's real-time session, they had very, very similar ranges. Does that make sense? Like 35 points, 34.5 points. Do you see this? 38.75. This is pretty common when you get structure breaks. So does this give us a really good odd of actually clearing this high here? You guys think? And testing 9.8, 9.9? What do you guys think? This is off session close, session open, which are very, very, very important, obviously, for the session, okay? Yeah, I would think so. With the condition that they probably have to hold I'd say at least over the 90, 91 area. Pretty interesting though that these areas are so aligned with, like the fact that 44 points off real-time lows is also 34 points off real-time open. Do you see how high the confluence is around 6,500? You guys? So if they did something similar that they did back here, maybe they give us like 45.5 or something, or like 35.5. Obviously a much bigger break would be like a 44-point break off open, which is how we could get those neutral ranges like 65, 65.09, 50, 65.10. Do you see that? Obviously a lot of this is going to be based on how long they stall here. If we want to try pushing to the 6,500s, do we want to stall this area for a long period of time, you guys think? Look at what they did here at 2 o'clock. So they definitely reduced range before 2, unfortunately, at 154.56. These were the reduction sticks. We did have some odds at the 204 to 208 period, like we said. No. But do you guys see the reduction sticks here? And those were calculated times of day 2. So 3.75 points. It has to be around 6,500. It is. Do you see it? Look at the reduction. Look at the range. So this time of day implied that they definitely had some odds of trying to push this to that 6,499, 6,500 area. Does it help having the notes on here? I feel like sometimes it's hard for people to grasp if they don't really understand like the range, but let's just put this beneath so you can see it a little bit better. Okay. Okay. Got it? It's insane too that this was the period that had the earliest odds of breaking these areas. Like, so does that mean that odds are still in play and favorable? I'm only using this reduction because it was a calculated time. And all it did during that period of time of 5.4, 5.5, 5.6 is go down, so. Yeah, usually if it's like, if there's more than, it kind of depends on the time that you're measuring the reduction off of. If it like, if this went, like let's say you're saying for instance, if this went red, but then this went green, right? I would only measure the, like the range between where it was reduced. So that would have implied maybe they only take it to 9.8. Sometimes actually going a bit lower is better. Sometimes like having more range on the downside actually gives you better odds for higher upside, if that makes sense. And it makes sense too that they held around that 9.250 area, because that was our earlier interval from the session open, right? These were like the 33, 32 point ranges right here. Bye, Booth. I hope you have a good day at work. Okay, are you guys good if I reset my chart? Because I actually forgot what the points in time here were. I don't remember if it was 208 or 210 or 212. But you should all have an idea of where this big overhead area is here. Pretty sure it was 208. Yeah, it is. Kind of sucks that they reduced the range during this time here, but the good thing is at least it is calculated to be around those price points. So all right, let's see. And where did they close us at 59? They closed us at 6493. So that's not bad. That means that they closed us at a 33 point ratio from session close. That's not bad, but I would have obviously preferred that they had taken out this area here. Especially because I didn't really have super high odds after 2. Like most of these are kind of delayed until we start getting closer to like 222, 24. Usually around 224, 230 is a generic point in the day anyway, but like the 236 to 232 period. But do you guys think we hit enough range to have continuation on the session this afternoon? What do you guys think? Yes, but why? What in specific gave us some pretty decent odds that we could get some continuation here this afternoon? Where did we close above? Yeah, I trade NQ sometimes on my own, but it's just so hard because it's just so many numbers, you know what I mean? And then some people are just, people can barely keep up with me analyzing ES, so imagine me analyzing NQ and ES, do you know what I'm saying? And then I'll start asking questions and probably getting annoyed. They actually stalled right at the top of the zone here. Do you want this template, Euro? I'm still kind of trying to perfect it a bit, but so far it's working pretty well. Like it hit exactly that 23,603. It's not even about it being volatile. It's just that people are not very good with memorizing numbers. But yeah, we could start doing some, I can start covering it a bit more. I've been trying to cover it a bit more in real time, now that there's at least a template that we can go off of. Because really the goal for NQ is going to be to try getting back to these bull zones, right? And it actually makes sense because it stalled in the green, which is exactly where ES stalled too. So I feel like the template works pretty well. So the ranges for NQ, if they were to break, would probably be around that 6.4 or 6.3, 6.72 or 6.3, 6.40, like this area here. And expansion ranges would be basically back to the highs, with 23,833 being the overhead. That's probably the equivalent of ES being like 65 524 or something. But these structure breaks around here, 7-8, that was pretty accurate, wasn't it? Isn't that what we said? Was the overhead on this earlier? 7-8, 7-9 area, like right here? That was pretty solid. So this was the equivalent of ES 89, 90, 91. Yeah, I still would have to try backtesting this a little bit more, but yeah, we are, aren't we? What's your model like? I think incorporating time, honestly, is probably the biggest, like, edge in trading this. Especially knowing, like, the points in time that you need to trigger or hit. Like, it helps, like, so much. The only thing with the NQ model is I still haven't fully back tested it yet. I've been trying to track it daily. So far, I feel like it's pretty good. We just have to know what the intervals are. So I think I'm using like 5 times ES or something. Like, it's not exactly 5 times. It's like 4.75 or something. Like, pretty close. But if I did 34 points times 5, right, that would be like 170 points. I think is what we said, right? Which would be right here. That's off 34 point ratio. So maybe if we did 44 times 5, it's like 220 points, which means that there's probably some heavy overhead around here. And that's what I was thinking, like just beneath this orange line. Off those lows. We'll keep testing it. So far this is pretty accurate. Even like the zone stall here, so this would be the equivalent of where I think that NQ would stall if ES stalls around this area here. Do you know what I mean? So we'll see. And then the expansion scenarios would obviously be at a 6 or 23, 6, 7, 2. So what if we did like 66 times 5 would be like 330 points? That would be the equivalent of ES hitting its max range. So let's see, 330 points. I wonder if that's close to here. Yeah, like between this area here. Okay, like right around here. So we can definitely back test it and see how this ends up playing out today. Okay. We'll see if the ranges are accurate. I think that's the first test of 9-7. Why do I not have 9-7 marked on here? 9-7 is like one of the most important numbers. Make sure you guys mark 9-7, 9-7-2-5 on your charts. We're getting really close to those 28-minute intervals here, 28, 29. Those were closer to like 220, 221. So them breaking just ahead here is actually really good. Offer 148, 149. These would be the 28, 29-minute marks. We didn't really have any price movement back there, but we could definitely have it here. Offer 148 flips. These were the structure breaks. I think that was the first break of 6491.25, right? Back here. So 148 in line with 2:16 p.m. 64.97.75 being taken out. There's a new high here. The best odds we had, though, based on the actual stick breaks we had, would be closer to, I guess, 219, 220. Okay. The cutoff period we have, though, is the 224, 22 to 32 area. And the reason why that's the cutoff is because that's the time of day that's linked directly to the 5-4, 5-5, 5-6 reduction stick. So I don't really want it to stall during this period here, okay? You see how this stick is very similar to 4-8 in terms of PA? Let me just take off this. Do you see this? Look at this stick here. Look at this stick here. Kind of like it wicked up. It just has to meet that price point. So in this case, like test 97, 9675. In this case, it was break that 90.5, 91.25. Just to meet those conditions in time. Not a very high odd, though, of breaking to 9.8 or 9.9 at this time, though. Odds are higher during this window here. We're getting super, super close, and we still have an hour and a half left in the day, guys. I need more viewers in here, though. I need at least 70, 75 people watching to hit those metrics. I don't know why the view count went down this past week. Thanks. Well, I have like 10 immediate family members. I'm like, you guys could literally just open my stream because I swear I'm always shy of like 10 viewers to hit partnership. It's always like 5 or 10 people. I know it's not, it hasn't been an easy trade. It's been a very slow grind, but at least the points are being met here. So let's see. We had some decent odds. I want to point something out, and I want you guys to see if it makes sense. Okay, this point in time here is linked to this point in time here. But because this point in time here has better odds than this point in time here, it's kind of like the inverse. Like, you see how this, you went up and then you went down? I would have preferred back here that they probably went down and then went up. But this here, it's probably better if it goes down a little bit, right? Because we have better odds to break up right here. Does that make sense? And maybe like reduce the risk a little bit. Because I don't want this period here to have what happened here. Does that make sense to you guys? Especially beneath 9.8. Okay. Could you afford to stall 9.8 on the first attempt, you think? So 9.8, 9.875. This whole area here is super calculated for today's session, especially 649.975. I need to mark this. These areas here. What do you guys think? So kind of like this period here on upside is going to be the similar type period here, okay, on downside. Maybe like back to like, I don't know. I'd probably prefer a hold to 9.3, but not holding 9.4 would be better because that's a 34-point ratio. So do you really want to stall, you think, during this interval here? Thank you so much. I did hit number 86 on Substack today. I finally moved up on the leaderboard from being 98, 99. I hit 86 this morning, so I was pretty happy about that. The only thing with people finding out about how I trade is then people start asking so many questions, and then everyone wants to start timing the market. Do you know what I mean? That's the only thing that I don't like. Sometimes I prefer being not low key, but like a little bit under the radar. Do you know what I mean? Like not too much public eye, I guess. Because I remember my first time ever posting a timing metric on Twitter. I timed Facebook, and I timed the exact high of day at the exact minute, like 4 hours in advance. And then I had people, I had like, I think like 100 something messages that day. And then I had like 2 hedge fund managers from Florida reach out to me, and I was like, yeah, I'm not posting this anymore. Because then it just becomes more of like, more people want to replicate what you do versus appreciate what you're doing, if that makes sense. And then it's also something that's not like super easily replicated too, and it changes on a day-to-day basis. Yeah, one of them is the one that did the public offering for Spotify. It was funny because his one friend in like New York was like, oh, you should check out this one girl on Twitter, and it was me, and he's like, oh, she's my friend, I already know her. But they watch, those people watch, they watch what people post, which I find hilarious. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Snack. I don't think you guys are regular folks, though. I think everyone in here is talented. I think it's more about like just hard work. Really? And consistency? Well, Carter is in the Discord, but I don't know who the other guy is. So see if we can get some retracements here. Because these are the intervals here. Oh, sorry, I missed this bar right here at 2.5. The point in the day that I'd start getting a little bit more concerned is if we don't start triggering the 9.8 area, like closer to that 242, 248 window, okay? Because this is more in line with this period here that stalled. Does that make sense, guys? Like this period here is the max extension. Like you could afford to stall 6496 here. You definitely can't afford to stall 6496 here. So obviously breaking a little bit earlier would be more ideal. Like these points in time are a little bit more linked with 2 p.m. I guess if we measure off the actual high of day, this might be helpful. 216. Okay, yeah, so, but those are still some pretty far extensions. So I wonder if this is linked to just after 3. Yeah, it is. So like 3, 301, 302. Do we have anything happening at 3 o'clock, you guys? And then my thoughts would be that this probably, didn't I say 3:44, 45 was a very important time of day today? So I wonder if the max cutoff is linked to this point here. It should be. With maybe an extension close to like 4.8. So very, very, very important window before the close. What's the 28-minute interval here? Imbalance prints. Thanks, guys. I do plan on writing a book. I just don't even know where to begin. I studied journalism though, so I should write a book. You know what I mean? Like technically, that's what I should do. I just feel like it would take so much time. I don't know what age I would retire on or at. I feel like since watching Bernie and him being like in his, I guess, mid to late 60s now, and he has more energy than I do, I'm like, I that's half my lifetime, so I could still do this for another 35 years. You know what I mean? But obviously, I'm a girl, so a girl would be different because if I had kids and stuff, it'd be obviously a lot harder. Thanks, cap locks. I don't think I'm that young, but I'm still fairly young, I guess. At least we had some progress made here. I don't know if I'd want to live till I was 99, I'm not gonna lie. Seems too old. What would you even do at that point? Like, what would you even do at 99? I think my dad's mom lived till she was like 95 or 96 or something. Ladies in my family actually live pretty long. They live longer than the men. The men in my family unfortunately died pretty young. But the females outlived the men. How old are you, noob? My dad just turned 65 this past week. Then I realized that's his retirement age. I'm gonna set some alerts on NQ here just in case this gets some better structure breaks. Maybe like to the 07 area, like close to here. You're 26? 26 is so young. Yeah, all of them smoke. The guys in my family are all smokers, which is so bad. I've never smoked though. And I've never drank. I've never done any drugs. I've never even had an energy drink. I've never vaped. I've never smoked shisha. I've never done anything. That's when people are like, why do you look so young for your age? But it's like, because I've never done anything. Do you know what I mean? To make me age. I've also never had any sun exposure. Living in Canada, you don't really get that much, I guess, exposure to the sun. And then having kids, I think, also makes you age, and I don't have kids. Yeah, thanks. I actually even quit drinking coffee like a few years ago. I didn't drink coffee for like 5 years. Yeah, not having kids helps too. But then again, like I think a lot of it too is like genetics because my mom has 7 kids. And my mom in her late 40s looked like my sister. Everyone used to think my mom was my sister in her late 40s. When my mom was like 48, 49, she looked so good for her age and she had 7 kids. So some of it is also just genetics. And my mom, even in her like early 60s right now, she's still pretty fit. My mom has never been more than like 120 pounds in her entire lifetime. Oh, it's okay. Yeah, I live on coffee now too. And now I have like that coffee set up, so I feel like I'm obligated to drink coffee now. Like I feel like I can't even quit because I spent so much on this stupid setup. Some back tests of 9293, they're starting to reduce range here a little bit, which is implying that they probably want to keep this pinnable into the last hour of the session. We've still got an hour and a half to go. I'm glad I never got into smoking though, because I feel like all my older cousins smoke. like the ones that are now in like their late 30s, early 40s, they all smoke. And I never understood that. But I feel like the younger generation doesn't smoke, but then they vape, which I don't even know what's worse. Like I feel like the newer generation all vapes, but none of them smoke. And I don't really know how much worse that is for you or if it's better or what. I feel like it's all the same shit. Yeah, it's hard quitting caffeine, especially when you trade. And like the hours in the West Coast are so early, right? So like I have to be up so early. Yeah, I don't imagine that they're any better either. So yeah, I think the worst thing I do for my body is I don't sleep enough. That's probably the one thing that I don't do enough is I don't sleep enough. But that's because of trading. That's the issue. There we go. That's a good stick break here, guys. We had some odds at 232. I think NQ just broke, right? I think I got that alert. There we go. Right at that 23,608. So, okay, notice on ES, I didn't think that they could break highs here, but NQ had a really good odd that they could take out the high of day here off that 3-2 stick. Let me just mark the flips for NQ too. So 3-2. What do we have here? 3-5, 3-6. 3-5, 3-6. And we said that this is the box range this could get to. So a little bit higher than ES, I guess. Who's trading NQ? So ES, we've got some pretty decent odds at 235, 36. This was a more calculated period between 240 and 244, but honestly, I feel like we probably want to at least break 9798 during this period to help keep our odds in play for end of session today. Yeah, it definitely can. I think I've aged pretty well. I turned 36 in like 2 weeks. I started trading at 17. So I should look super old by now. This is next year will be my next year will be my 20th year trading. That makes me feel so old. Like I remember once on Twitter I was saying something like, "Oh, it's like my 12th year trading or something like a few years ago." And this guy was like, "You're such a scammer." You started trading at age 12? And I was like, I'm literally 33, but thank you for the compliment since you think I'm 20. Like, I also used to be a professional trader, which makes it even funnier. You guys know I was an energy trader, right? Alright, let's see. 236, 238 are generic flips for the market in general, but odds definitely seemed a bit better around this point in the day here. I do want to see though if they can at least retest the 9.6 area, which they did. TD, but I wasn't trading futures 20 years ago. I only started trading futures like 5 years ago, maybe. It's super expensive to trade them here. Cost definitely has gone down over like the last few years. Oh, like not, well, I've traded a lot of energy stocks, but I mean like physical power, right? I probably supplied you guys with your power in the States because we used to mostly trade with, I used to trade West Power. It's like Seattle, City Light, Bonnieville, LA Power, SDG. I don't know if you guys know any of these companies. Oh, with like Jins and stuff like that. I don't know what Lebanese and Arabs' obsession with that stuff is in general. My nephew keeps talking about that stuff too. I'm like, why do you keep talking about that? Yeah, and Duke Energy. Duke, not too much on my desk. That was more East Desk. I used to do mostly scheduling though, not much of the trading, but like this is the map. Do you see it? So like this region here, mostly. We used to generate like 30,000 megawatts. Our plant was based out of Centralia. In Washington. And then it got closed down because they started converting things to clean energy. So like there isn't really, especially with like coal, like a lot of the coal plants are closing down, right? Yeah, Bonnieville was one of our biggest buyers, sellers. They're really big. Yeah, I would imagine that whole area has. I actually got offered a job with the city of Seattle, but I had to move there, and I was like, I don't really know if I want to move to the city of Seattle. Like, living expenses there are so high, even though like the pay was really good. Yeah, no, Canada's pretty expensive. My home insurance went up 35%. I spent 3 hours on the phone yesterday. And apparently they might just get rid of car insurance entirely here in the province, and all companies are looking to leave Alberta because of how many freaking hailstorms we have. And our last hailstorm cost us $6 billion this past year. So they might just make it so that it's like operated by the government, kind of like what they have in BC. So my house insurance now is like $505 a month. Isn't that insane? My property taxes went up to, I think, 15% this year. Canada's expensive. All right, let's see. These were some early odds here. The best odds, I think, were around these green sticks, like 4, 4, 5. But I do want to see if they at least retest this 9, 6 area here. Yeah, it just gets to a point. Like, I think our living expenses, just base expenses, is like 5 grand a month. Like, so you have to make like a pretty reasonable income here to even survive. Middle class in Canada is like the worst thing ever. If you're lower class, you're better off. Like if you have government assistance, it's way better than being like a middle class person here. Yeah, because like think about it, like car insurance, and I've been driving for 20 years, I'm paying like 4 something, 420. Property taxes like close to like 350. I just said house insurance is like 500. Okay, let's say an average mortgage here is probably minimum 2,000, and that's like with the new rates that we have right now, most people are paying like 3,000 and up for a mortgage. So yeah, it's definitely at least 4,500 and up for base living. That's not including utilities. So I would say 4,000 to 5,000 a month for base living that's without food or gas. It's insane. And I live in like the least expensive province, let alone all the taxes we pay here. It's insane. And food here is so expensive now too. It's just crazy. It's so crazy that my sister that moved back to Canada the past 2 years is considering moving back to Lebanon, because I feel like she would rather be at risk of like living in that kind of environment than like, it's just not feasible here for like 3 kids. It's so expensive. Yeah, BC's, so they might, caps lock, you're in Vancouver, they might make it here. I think TD said that they're going to leave Alberta because of all of our hailstorms that we've had. So they might subsidize our insurance here too, just like how it is in BC. And it's just going to likely be one company. I know. Which means like no more payouts for accidents or any of that stuff, or compensation on any of that, or higher prices probably, which just sucks. You guys can see how they're limiting range here though, right? Like beneath 9.8. Like, so they did meet the 9.650, 9.6 conditions here. No real breaks right here though. But you can really start seeing how it's starting to tighten just beneath these ranges, because these could easily be max ranges for the session. How much range is this here? 2 points. These are probably all very close to this 9.8, 9.850, 9.875. And I think the better odds we said was around this point in time. Otherwise, there were some odds that extend past 3. I think these are the intervals here. These were so that's actually pretty funny. These sticks right here, guys, the 4.2, 4.3, 4.4. Do you guys see this? These ones right here, these are the same time intervals as these sticks here, and very similar price action. So I would say pressure this time around though is a lot higher. Because you definitely don't want to be stalling at that point in the day. The nice thing is from the actual breaks of highs right here at like 216. This is the 29-minute mark, so it can kind of flip over. It is starting to get super tight in this range though. Let's start deleting some of this. And then we did say that there were some odds just before and just after 3. The worst thing would be if they kept this stuck till 3:44, 45, because this was a pretty important time of day here, especially if they stall just beneath 9.8, because these areas are really big for the session today. And so far they hit 9.775. We've still got an hour left though. That's actually still quite a lot of time. What do you guys think? What do you think is max range for the session today? Let's do a poll for real-time session, not for the actual session. Max range for session. We've been pretty spot on the last few sessions. Like last time we knew that they'd stall 64.27 versus taking it up to 64.33, but they did break overnight and after hours. Yesterday we figured, well, I didn't stream yesterday, but I did stream in the Discord the last 10 minutes. And I figured that they would stall 64.57 to 64.60, which they did. For real time here, I would say 64.9875 to 6500.5 is a good odd. 65.01 to 65.04. 65.0750 to 65.10. 65.11 to 65.14. 65.16 to 65.23. I'll set it to 5 minutes just so you guys have some time to vote. I figured that we'd probably be closer to the 6500 to 6503 area today. Like that area seemed the most probable, in my opinion. Like between here, this area here. But a lot of this is going to depend on where they clear here before 3. Especially since we have some odds just after 3. Can you guys all vote on that, please? I haven't really done too many polls today, but it would be nice to get some votes. So, okay, my thoughts are going to be if they can clear 649875 in single sticks to 6500.5, let's say, probably before 3 o'clock, we have pretty good odds of getting those neutral ranges around 6507, 6510, okay? I think odds of 6520s are probably limited now, because otherwise I think we would have taken out 6498 in the first attempt. Remember how I said earlier, I don't think we'll get 6520s unless we take out 6498, 6500 first try in single sticks. We haven't done that, so the only way it would still be a probability is if they did it here, like in a single stick break, so kind of like this, okay? But no consolidation. You'd have to continue basically to here. Does that make sense? That's the only way I feel like we could get 6520s today, or even a probability. And it probably has to be around this period, because if you're still trading beneath 64.99 before 3, then your odds of actually getting a bigger extension all the way to here is probably very low. Does that make sense? We also had higher odds of like getting back to a neutral range today, so we'll see what they end up doing here. Apple getting some good sticks here too. I got an alert on my broker. NQ getting some good sticks and a new high of day. So let's see, the odds on ES were 5455. So we'll see if NQ can trigger here. What's that spot? 623, 630. This one has been a little bit better with the time intervals. This is the area that we figured it could get to, and if it does, then it has some odds of getting as high as here. I still think that those odds are kind of low, though, because I don't think they would have stalled 9.6, 9.7. Does that make sense, guys? Yeah, that makes sense. This is definitely the box, like this range in here. If that was the same interval. We need higher than 9.8 though, Brendan. We need 9.875, 9.850. 9.875, 9.850 is the trigger. That's what would make this pop. So let's maybe set an alert at 9.875. Wasn't it 9.875? Whatever that spot was. 44 points off lows, I think, was 98.50. 34 points off real-time open is 9.975. 44 points off real-time lows is 6,500. So, yeah, probably above 9.825, 9.850 is what we need. Where is it stalling here? Let me just move this up, because I think this is what has to trigger. So be prepared for some volatility here, guys. These are really big spots and big times of day. We had some good negation here at 4.7, 4.8, and a good turnaround at 4.5. What are you guys voting for? Looks like this is going to be tied between 65.01 and 65.07. And maybe that means that we'll hit like 65.05, 06. Which is actually a pretty good probability if they clear this. That's okay. So 98.25 triggered. I think that was the spot. I miscalculated that. It's 98.25 when I looked in the Discord. So again, these are the areas that you want to see some single sticks. So this is the 44-point break off overnight lows, I think. Right? Isn't that what we said? This area here. Yeah, it does need a tiny bit higher. I think it is 50. And then off real-time open, which is right here. That was the increments that they kept stalling earlier. So if they were to break, and then off of the session close, I'm pretty sure this is the 38, 39 point interval. So a little bit of a conflicted area here. From the weekly session, I think this is the 17 to 22 point break. So there's a lot of confluence up in this area here. Oh, thank you. Thanks so much. When you're up here with decent gains, do you ever set stop losses? I rarely set stop losses unless there's like, let's say we've got like a Fed speaker or a potential catalyst or lots of odds around like a specific time or something like that. Do you know what I mean? But if we're meeting all the metrics on time, then I don't usually set stop losses because I usually wait to see what happens at a specific point in time. Especially if it's a time of like negation. Like, so for here, for instance, if someone had set a stop loss, then they negate, right? Same thing here. Someone sets a stop, then they negate. So, and it depends if it's a durational trade till session close. So today's trade, I don't know if it's durational till end of session, but we have pretty good odds until at least 344.45. Does that make sense? Meaning that we have some pretty high odds that if we were going to hit highs, it would probably be a lot later in the session. But again, it depends on entry point too. We entered long today off the 5.7, 5.8 hold. So we had a really good entry point. And they never stalled 7.8, 7.9, 8.1, and they held 7.4. Does that make sense? first cover that we decided to do today, and I did say it earlier. Okay, is you could take increments off, so 20. I said that you could do relative to time of day and liquidity. That was the first cover, but I wanted to see how they acted around 7981. So around 7981, it was super strong, and they actually broke to 8283. So I figured that based on that, I would only cover maybe 20% there and leave the rest for the bigger structural breaks closer to the 93, 94, 96. Do you get what I'm saying? And then around 96, 98 or 93, 96, this was really strong, right? So I would probably only do another 20% cover there because this is still implying that they want to take this to 98, 99. Do you get what I'm saying? Whereas if they had stalled around this area here, then I'd probably start setting a stop. But it depends on what point in the day it is. If they stalled 9-6, but it was like 12 o'clock, 12:45, 1 o'clock, I probably wouldn't set a stop. But if they stalled 9-3, 9-4, and it was like past 1:30, almost 2 o'clock, then I'd probably start setting a stop. A lot of it's also based on time. Guys, the big trigger here is the 9850. So my thoughts were if they take out 98, we probably want to see some single sticks here. So just be prepared for some potential volatility to come into play. We had some odds just after 3, around 301, 302. I would look for liquidity to come in here too. Obviously, breaking 9850 ahead of 3 o'clock is even better because then it gives us some odds to push after 3. Especially since we have some calculated odds at 301.02. So you could start definitely looking for potential covers here soon. What do you guys think? How many think that they're going to clear here? I should have done a poll. Let's do it really, really quickly. 64.99.75 test here at 3. I would just say 301, 302. Let's see, because I feel like even if they don't break before 3, that's probably fine since odds are a little bit higher after. Stalling at this point in the day could actually keep us stuck, guys, for a pretty long time. So not the best time of day to be stuck at this price point, especially since 64.9850 is the exact point we need to break, and that's exactly where they're stalling. So let's see. Best odds were 301. Let's mark. What's the high of day on NQ? 2-5. How much time is left in this candle? Oh. No. It's pretty crazy how big the 9-8 wall has become this afternoon, though. You have to admit. Oh, they're doing it final seconds. Do you guys see that? Oh my god. That is insane. Look at that. That's a final second break. Do you see this? Within the first second open of that stick at 301, they took it to the 05. That's nuts. This means 6499, 649975 test here at 301, 302. That's crazy. That is actually insane. And they did it like the exact second that that flipped too. That's nuts. Do you guys see this? That's actually crazy. Look at this. They didn't even wait or hesitate. It was like 1 second. That is really good, guys. That keeps us in play for 3:44, 3:48 p.m. The 301 was extremely calculated for end of session today. Especially for triggering this 6498.50, 6499. See if we can get a break of 6499.75 at 302, 303. These are, we don't necessarily need that. You could definitely look to take some off here because this is where volatility could start hitting. But that is insane that they did that on the exact second of that time interval here. I would expect volatility to start occurring at these points in time. What did you guys vote for max range? What won? I actually didn't get to see that. Did anyone catch what the winner was? I don't know how to pull up past polls before the previous poll. I need to figure out how to do that because mine never shows me the answer. 0104? Okay. Second place was 0710, right? So I think a lot of that is based on how it reacts at this point in time here, especially off 301 to 303 window. So, I mean, 301 did take out 9850 and 99, but it did not take out that 9975. So there is still a little bit of a reduction here. So I feel like it's enough to keep it in play, but some tiny, tiny reductions and potential delays. This is where they could start reducing range. And you can already see it happening. We'll see if there's a turnaround. Turnaround usually has to happen pretty quickly. And I would say turnarounds, you could probably measure off these turnaround periods here. Okay, so like the turnaround would have to be probably right away, like 05. 08. Okay. Does that make sense? And that's only because 01 actually met the condition. If 01 didn't meet the condition, this would probably be at risk of a reversal here. This is how we could get some continuation, especially if they start breaking right away. This is linked to our 36 stick, which stalled 9.6 here. We need to trigger 9975. What did NQ hit, guys? I didn't check. I don't think NQ broke during this period here. No, it didn't. I wonder if these are also the... Yeah, they are. These are the 47-minute intervals off these earlier points here. At 0506. Also the 28, 29-minute intervals off the 36. So there were some odds to negate at 305. Especially since 01 met the condition, and then we have some odds to extend here at 08, 09, 10. But they have to trigger 649975 here. Did they trigger that? My chart is so messy. Yeah, they did. Can someone document that, guys? Because the 305 was a double interval for time. This is a huge area for the session today, guys. So if they really want to try expanding us today, it's obviously off this range here. If you want to cover some here, you can. Obviously, there hasn't been super strong sticks, but I think because we hit range at 301, the odds are pretty decent they can keep this in play till later in the session today. It's just relative to where your entry points are. And obviously you need NQ to show a bit more strength. So let's see. We need some good follow through sticks here. We need a close above 9975 and a test of 6500.25, 6500.50. Yeah, ES is 2 right above this area, but let's see. It needs a good stick. There we go. 64.9975 triggered. There's the 6500 mark. See if they can get a closing stick. And then we could look for those single stick breaks to these areas here. These were our target points for the session today. The good thing is 301 meeting the condition keeps us in play till 345, you guys. So that's one reason I personally am holding, because they met our ranges here at 301. If you want to cover, obviously that's up to you. These are definitely some good spots to take some off if you wanted to. I think this is now 24-point ratio. Because it is a core-to-core week, we definitely have better odds of getting like 55, 56-point ratios, okay? And what did we say 55, 56-point ratios were aligned with this week? And today? I said it yesterday. They're more aligned with... What are they more aligned with? These are the 44-point ratios, guys. They're more aligned with the neutral spots, right? 65-13, 65-14. And I mentioned this yesterday. Well, if we did, it would be, like, you see how this is exactly 44 points here? They'd have to basically close above 6500.25, 6500.5. And then break the range off session. So, like, that would be like 64, 6504, 6503. Do you see what I'm saying? It's a pretty big overhead here, though. Also off the real-time open, which is around here. This is probably the 34-point range. Yeah, it is. Do you see it? So this is a really, really, really big spot. And these were the points in the day, too. So they did meet the condition, though. 6500.5 triggered here off that 309 stick. We'll see if they can try turning this 310 stick around the final seconds before this candle closes. I would say you need a minimum 64.9975, ideally 6500.25. Because now you're starting to trade like around highs. I do think that they could take this out, though. They're still meeting conditions. We just need a better structure break here, probably on NQ. The nice thing is we've got basically now just odds of continuation until close. Okay? Do you see that follow through stick here? 311 getting some good follow through above 6,500.5. These are 34 and 44 point breaks, guys, off session lows, real-time lows, session open, session close, real-time session open. Since it's a core-to-core week, we're probably ranging closer to 52 to 57 points. I've been saying that since Monday and Tuesday. If that was the case, that means we have better odds around this neutral box. I voted for this area here, by the way. I voted 65.07 to 65.14 area. That seemed more probable to me. I feel like if they wanted 65.20s, they would have taken out 64.98 earlier. I don't think they would have stalled that. But I also felt like 65.04 was a little low because we still had so much time left in the session and because we still met every condition on time. So we'll see here. There's because now from like a weekly low to high, I think we probably just hit above 128 points. Yeah, we did. Guys, from a weekly low, we just broke 128 points. These are also the weekly 128 to 132 point intervals. Can one of you guys write that down in the Discord? 132 points here would be the 65.0375. So that's really good alignment with the ranges we're looking at. And I feel like if they could clear that, because we're ranging within 256 and 346, we have higher odds in the week of getting 150 point metrics, which is why I think they could take that out. From session close to session high, we're already hitting a 55 point metric. This is in alignment with the core-to-core breaks of 56 points, which is also aligned with 65.03. 77 points is also some core ranges here off yesterday's lows. Off the closing points, we still have yet to hit a 44 point metric. 44 points would be 65.0450. Okay. Off a high to low, if we hit 52 to 56 points, it would give us closer to 65.10, which is why I was thinking I think we get closer to 65.08, 10, 12. And then when I looked at this yesterday from a high to low on a 66 point ratio, that's the only way we could get 65.20s, okay? If we had this kind of a break. But I don't know if we're going to get that per se. I think that if they stop around here, they'll maybe limit that range. From yesterday's high ratio to today's high ratio, that's aligned with 65.08. So lots of confluence around the 03, 05, 06, 07, 08. I personally think that they can take out 03, 75, 04 and give us the neutral ranges today. Neutral area had the highest odds for today's session. And I mentioned that yesterday and this morning. NQ got those nice stick breaks here. This is the exact range that would be in line with 65.0304 on ES. So I still think this is durational till 348 though, and 344, because they're meeting these price points and they're meeting them in the quarterly lots too. What I mean by that is from the 301. What's half of 28, 29 minutes, guys? That'd be like 13 and a half or so, right? Like 14 and a half. So they're meeting these at the half point intervals. Does that make sense? Which means at a minimum, they could keep us in play till 3:30, 3:28. Do you get what I'm saying? And I already had these calculated earlier this morning, and it happens to be right in line with these calculated points in the session. So I think based on them breaking these 25% intervals, they have pretty good odds here. There's still good areas to cover some though. But our calls should be up like at least 500, 600%. Nice, Brendan. No problem. I'm glad you guys were able to hold. That's a nice trade. 80 points. This is definitely a covering box for NQ, whether or not they actually push this all the way through. So the neutral range on NQ would probably be the 55 point range, right? Instead of 66. So on NQ, maybe 275 points or so. So if NQ breaks this area here, it's probably going to be linked to this line right here, like maybe a little bit above it, like around here. So these would be the next intervals for NQ if they broke here. I really don't think we're going to get 65.20s today, but this box range right here, I think this would be the equivalent on NQ, with ES hitting 65.08, 65.10, 12 area. But this is definitely a good area to cover. Same with ES. This is still a good area to cover some ES here if you were long. $23.55s. Yeah. Well, it's good that we have long durations though today. I haven't covered my second position, guys. So my first position I did cover a good chunk of it. The second position I did off, because I did my first, I already had calls going into today from Tuesday, and then I did do the long down here this morning. I did do a second long. I could have probably done some SPX, but that's okay. I did do a second long off the 6491 break. That one I haven't covered yet. I'll let you guys know when I do. And the reason I didn't is because 301 met conditions. Otherwise, I would have probably covered that. And 301 keeps us in play till at least 344, 348, okay? So I didn't really see a reason to cover, if that makes sense. Does that make sense, guys? At least till 65.0304, but I haven't even covered at 65.0304. But the main reason I didn't cover at 65.0304 is because I covered my earlier position at 64.96. Does that make sense? If I hadn't covered my earlier position here, I'd probably be covering some of my new position up here. This is still a pretty big spot to cover. I just want to take advantage of the potential continuation on this secondary position. Yeah. Well, I'm glad we hit our targets. Anything above this area, guys, today is a bonus, okay? Anything above 65.0375, 65.0450 is a bonus. The market doesn't owe us anything above these ranges here. What's the one aspect of today's trade that is keeping us in play? That's a really clean break here on NQ. These are the target points. It was roughly around like 23,640 for 2. Yeah, time. So time is really helping our odds today. So let's see what kind of breaks we get here. Especially if they start breaking a bit earlier. Because I think these are off the 5554 right here. Yeah, they are. So let's see if we can get some retest here before the 328, 330 mark. I think NQ just got a stick break, guys, off that bar. This is setting up pretty nicely to hit these ranges this afternoon. Apple actually got a pretty decent move. The banks are still moving pretty nicely too today. If they end up giving us half the range, you guys, so let's say like half of what these ranges are, maybe closer to, like, this is assuming we get continuation or something this afternoon, but not the full range, like the mid-range. You know how I said ES could be, remember how I said that there was like some ties and I said that we could get like 6505, 6506 because that was like in between and I left it out. That's the same thing with NQ. So maybe if NQ breaks 6644 right here, the range could be maybe limited closer to like 658, this area here. On ES, it would be like the equivalent of maybe hitting like 06, 05, which is still above 03, 04, but beneath 08, 10. Does that make sense? So like some mid-range targets, I guess. Wow. Did you trade that, Katie? Katie, I hope you made more money today for your daughter's birthday. I hope you're still long. Nice. So what I'm looking for, guys, at this point in the session is if they're able to successfully clear, like let's say 65.0450, 65.0425, 0375, like this area in here, okay, during the 28 to 30 intervals, it's going to give us pretty good odds for continuation, at least till this period here, okay? And we had pretty good odds that we would have neutral ranges for today's session. And because it's a quarter core week, we're more likely to get like 52 to 57 points, right? Or 75 to 78 points, depending on if you're measuring highs to lows, open to close, because it's a core-to-core week. Who was asking me that earlier? Who asked me that? Someone was asking me that. So right now we basically broke the 34 and 44 point metrics, but from like a high to low, open to close ratio, that's where you can get those extensions. So we've hit 78 points here. An 88 point break would be closer to 65.14. This is why I was saying yesterday that there's definitely some odds that we could get the neutral spots this week and today, or if they give us like a 56, 55 point range, 65.10. Do you see it? A 51 to 52 point range is closer to 12. The only way that they would limit it is maybe off yesterday's highs, which is close to the 44 point metric here. Off of the real-time open, it's also linked to the 65.08, 65.09, 65.10. Do you see it? Weekly range is also 65.10, 65.12 area off the weekly open and weekly close. So there's just a lot of confluence around there. Okay. So that's from weekly lows, weekly open, weekly close. Yesterday's open, yesterday's lows, today's open, today's close, real-time lows, real-time open. Everything is kind of in line with those neutral spots. And a lot of this is going to be based on likely these points in the session here. So far some reduction back beneath 6,500. NQ got a lot of reduction here off this this stall, and we could actually measure to see if the intervals are similar in range, like if they, oh yeah, do you see this? So the offset in range here is very, very similar to what this extension could have been. Like, so this offset down here on the limitation in range, do you see that? That reduction, it's right around that 60, basically 65.60. 23,660. ES didn't reduce as much range as NQ did. I would still assume that these are probably close to the 07, 08 areas. Yeah, they are. ES is a little bit stronger than NQ today for sure. NQ was a bit stronger back here when it had that break, but a little bit weaker here. How many are going to stay long until 344 or 48? Who's going to try to tough it out, especially off these big areas here? Like off 0304 is going to be kind of hard because these are big spots, but, and it could become pretty volatile now this afternoon, especially with like 2830 getting some reductions. We'll see if they turn it around off the imbalance points. These weren't really calculated times, but just generic points in the day for the market. Nice. Yeah, I definitely could have fully covered, but we'll see. If we get back beneath 9.6, 9.7, I'll probably cover. Because I do want to try holding at least above here. These were the calculated ranges earlier too, so maybe we could watch that. Oh, oh my god. I forgot that Pina has her first day of school, you guys. Oh my god. She's her first day of preschool. I'm so sad. How did I forget this? Wow. She is so cute. I have to show you guys these pictures. Wow, I'm so sad. I can't believe Pina started school. Do you know how old that makes me feel? I think I'm the most, like Peanut starting school is, well, she's starting preschool technically, but still, it's still school. Thanks. She's so cute. I know. I'm so sad, Brendan. Pina is like the cutest kid in the world. She's so smart too. Look at her. She's a low-key genius, though. I think that they're gonna advance her a year. She's so smart. You guys know she already knows everything. She knows how to read, she knows how to write, she knows her alphabet, she knows her shapes, she knows like even like the harder shapes. She knows like things in like the chronological order that they're supposed to be in. And she's super smart for a 4-year-old. And she passed her like preschool exams with like flying colors. So I feel like they were discussing like putting her up a grade, but I don't know if they should do that or not. Just so she's like not with kids older than her, you know? But I feel bad for my nephew now because he's gonna be home alone. Okay guys, I'm toughing it out the last 15-20 minutes. I still have my contract, so we still haven't broken down beneath 9.7. Unless we do, I'm gonna cover. Alright, I hope you have a good meeting. Take care and good luck. And you're welcome. Yeah, I'm not even in NQ. I was just analyzing it for everyone, but this looked a bit weaker than ES. But thank you. Kind of a bit of a sticky consolidation period here, with best odds being closer to the last 15-20 minutes in the session. I think 344 is the flip, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to tough this out, guys, until 344 or 348, only because I waited all afternoon for this, so it wouldn't really make sense to fully cover before then, unless we broke structure, which we haven't yet. Also, this duration was from 3:01 till 3:44:48. So I wonder what that means for the last 10 minutes then. What do you guys think? Because I never really had many odds for like late session. I wonder if the end of day session is linked with the 46-minute interval. Yeah, it is. That's crazy. This high a day stick is the 46-minute cutoff here at 4 o'clock. So that means we might get some volatility right at 4:01. That's interesting. We have some odds of early turnaround coming up here. But most of these odds, and look, they held the 29-minute interval here off 3:01, 3:02. So this is good. That's a good structural hold. So I wonder off of here if this is linked with end of day. Yeah, it is. 59. So this hold right here could keep us in play till end of session, I guess. But I would imagine that we'd have to not only hold here, we'd have to break during this point here. And I think the earliest breaking point is the 4:02 interval. Where did this thing hold? 9975? 9850 is what we had to clear earlier, right? So I know I'm saying 97, but you'd probably want to hold closer to here. So holding 9975 is good. But we need some stick breaks. And we probably need them soon. Anyone change their mind on max range for the session today? Or are you guys leaving it the same? I voted the 6507 to 6512, whatever it was. I don't know if I voted. Did I put it at 12 or 14? I thought I put it at 12. I don't remember. But another scenario is that they limit it closer to like 07, 06. Or 05, 06, sorry. So just above 0450, just beneath 07, 08. We'll see. NQ getting a bit of a turnaround here off that support structure. Let's see. Set this to 6503.75. We'll set some alerts here. I'll set some alerts here. 6505.50. Yeah, that's a good guess. 6509.75. Big Daddy's also linked with the, that was a calculated spot today. That's linked with, I think the opening range and the lows. Oh, hi Smos. I was looking for you earlier. Someone was asking about European brokers for trading options. Hi. So this is a pretty good structural hold, guys. So just keep in mind where they're holding here. Just in case you forgot. Hold on. They're holding the 44-point ratio here and 43-point ratio. Do you see it? Especially off like overnight lows. Okay, so, all right. It's not letting me put this down. Hold on. Here. Okay, so if we broke down a little bit lower, then I would have maybe been concerned. We need some good stick breaks here. There we go. That's the stick that we want to see. And look, NQ brought it right back to this box range here. See if we can get some nice stick breaks. These are the 44, 43-point holds. So slight breaches, but still recovered it nicely. Off opening range, they just have to break this area here, which is where they stalled earlier. So we need some closing sticks above 64.0550, you guys. And 64.0575. That's 44 points from the session close. Can someone document this in the Discord? 64.0575 is the 44-point range from session close. 65.0425 is the range from the prior session open, I think. So this is definitely the big overhead area this afternoon. 0525 and 0450, I think. Or 75, whatever that spot was. Okay, so when they take out this range, we want to see them break it in some single sticks. Do you guys see it? Okay. And we had that 1.5 point offset today, so we said if they do break, they can likely break by 1.25, 1.5. That's actually crazy that we're stalling right here. And if they do clear this area off the real-time session open, we've got odds of getting this 65.10 mark. Okay. We're pretty close here. What time is it? Hey, big time of day coming up, guys. These are times of day that could trigger highs. This is why I stayed long. It's 144. 45 was calculated. 44 is a huge point in the session today. These times of day had the best odds to keep us durational from 301. 301 met conditions, which is what kept us in play this afternoon. I don't know if that helped you guys stay long. It helped me stay long, especially after sustaining a 44 and 34 point metric off open. So like them holding off opening range here really helped. Okay, so like opening range. This was a 34 point hold. I don't know if you guys saw that. 33, 34 point hold here. Did you guys see this? This right here? That was a 34 point hold off open. Okay, and a 44 point hold off overnight lows and session open, session close. All right, let's see. We want to break and close over that 64.05, 64.0450 wall. That's a calculated price and time. Can someone document that? That was the retest of high of day. No break though. They did close back at 65.0425. I would have preferred that they closed at 65.0450. There is still a window between the 4.8 to 50 period. We could definitely get some volatility here though, so just be mindful of that. Off the 305, there's those extensions, but odds are a little bit more calculated at the 47, 48. So there's a little bit of a window here. So it means that there's some odds that they could try turning it around if it breaks down. So 345 reduction stick. Let's jot this down real quick. You guys know what the max ranges are, right? And like I said, if you wanted to cover earlier between 6498 to 650375, that's obviously up to you. I figured that it's worth holding till at least the 344 to 348 window. These are implying 6506, 650650, so we'll see here. How many think that high of day is in? Remember, this point in the day could be the high of day. How many think that that's the high of day? Quickly, because we have turnaround odds at 4.7, 4.8. How many of you guys think that that's the high of day? No? Okay, how many think that they could still push this the last 10, 15 minutes here? Yeah, well, when I went back and measured, there was some odds for 58, 59, and 401. So they definitely have odds to keep it in play till end of session. But I do think it depends on what they do at the 4-4 mark. So 4-4 closed at 65.0425, which is good. But I still would have preferred that they did it a tiny bit higher. Like 0450 would have been a little bit better. We'll see what they do off these marks here. This 5-1 stick, I think, is linked with that 305 extension to 649975. Do you see this? So it could imply that they could give us that extension period here. Like around 5-1, 5-2. Okay. But it is getting super toppy up here, obviously. A lot of things also stalling, so thank you guys, by the way, for all the subs today. NQ stalled right at that 23,643 spot too, so that's pretty interesting. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, these areas are extremely pinnable too, so they definitely don't owe us above here. Kind of weird though that they have an odd of breaking it back around 5152. No, not yet, because they haven't. They met the 6504.25 at 4.4. Sorry. So that's the minimum condition. It wasn't the ideal condition for continuation, but it was enough to keep it in play till end of the session here, if that makes sense. So no, not yet. But I did set a stop loss, noob. Like a profit stop. This time, because it stalled. But it still met the condition. Like 4.4 was super important that it at least comes back to this area here. And then we had odds at 5-1, so kind of interesting that there's some odds here off the 51 stick, which means that they could retest here at 5-1, 5-2. Obviously with the like exception that 350 probably gets back over this area. These are also better structures. Why? Okay, this is a good question. Why are these better structures? Are you guys okay if I start deleting some of these lines so it's easier to see? Why are these better structures now? Why is 350, 51 a better structure than here? Why does this have better odds at 5-1? There it is, 351 getting a nice break. We had an extension here at 3:51 p.m. on a stick break to 65.0550. This is a clear trade. Do you guys see it? That's an exact open at 65.0375. Okay, an exact high at 65.0425. This usually implies that you can clear. Okay? These were not cleared sticks. In order to clear, you have to have an exact open and exact close. Does that make sense? So way better odds this time to get like a continuation break. 65.0550 tested here. That's a perfect open, perfect close. And that's a close above 65.0475 this time. And right at 351, which was that extension period. There we go. And we have odds now here till end of session. I still think that they can try tagging this area up here. Getting a 65.10 break would be really nice. We have the highest odds of getting neutral ranges today. Let's see what they do here. Who voted 07 and 12 with me? That area seemed like the best odds. Based on what they did this afternoon. NQ we figured could maybe stall between here. This area here. Let's see. Who's in NQ? NQ, if it breaks 60, there's odds it can get this 672 to this area here. 5-4, 5-5 are generic flips, so we did have some odds here of 5-4, 5-5 based on these calculated points in time. So when I measured off that actual high stick at 14, there was odds till 4 o'clock. Okay. When I measured off that 05 extension, there was odds at 51. Do you see that? 52. So this really kept it in play for duration of the session today till 4:01. That means the high of day could occur at literally the close. Okay. 65.1075 is an extremely calculated level in general. We had odds today if they clear 65.07, 65.08. I think 65.0875 was a prior high, but also a calculated range. We could actually trigger 65.14 today and 65.13. Okay, I'm going to cover some on this stick here, guys. I know we have odds till close, but I hadn't covered anything on this new position, so I'm going to take some off here. Remember, these are also the 55, 56 point metrics too. And I mentioned it earlier in the session and yesterday too that these core ranges are technically in line with these neutral spots. Neutral spots being this yellow box here. NQ getting that break of 23,658. Had pretty good odds of getting to this area here for max range on the session today. We'll see. Let's put alert on this. Yes, getting a really nice stick break here. See, 5-5 never really gave too much range. Okay. We'll see what they do off the 5-6, 5-8 stick. The odds were pretty calculated around here. Like 12, 13. I don't really have this marked, but around this area here. I think it was 65. 13.50 or something. 65, 10, 75 would be a really good close. This is also, yeah, this would be 6,500 on SPX, which is also another really good way of looking at this. Still have 4 minutes here. 65, 10 being triggered here with 3 minutes left. Really nice SPX trade if anyone took the long off 6,500.5 at 350. Anyone try an SPX trade end of day for the last 10 minutes? This turnaround here back to 6,503, this is a clear trade. This is an exact open, exact close. Okay, this can get you full range on the session today. And we have some pretty good odds of now hitting highs right at 3:59, 4 o'clock, based on the intervals in time here. I only have runners left now, though. I did cover 75% of that position that I was holding from earlier. NQ triggering this range here. NQ had odds of getting to this box end of day. This looks pretty good. Oh, that's too bad that Euro had to leave, because he was in NQ, and look, it's like hitting these exact spots. Oh, thanks, Kitty. You're so nice. Honestly. Let's see. Some good areas here to hit. So for ES, it would be around 65, 1275, 65, 14. For end of day, NQ is closer to the 60, 686, 687 area. We're getting very close. Nice push here, end of day. These are really good SPX trades if anyone tried it. Off 350 or even 351. The 351 kind of set the tone here to trigger our neutral spots. You guys should have made pretty good money on this today. I'd be pretty surprised if you didn't. And obviously, I forgot to pin this, but if anyone wants to give back, you always can. So let's see, we have odds of hitting high of day here at 3:59, 4 o'clock. There was better odds at 4:01, but, and range was 65, 1275 with odds of 65, 1425. Obviously, hitting the blue area would be better because it's obviously a better zone, but we didn't have super high odds of getting that. Pinning anywhere around here is really good though. 65.10, 65.10.75. These are really, really good odds into the close. Look at where NQ stalled. Right in this box range here. So let's see, because we had better odds at 4:01. Where did they close? 65, 11, 25. That's insane. And we actually hit my max range at 65, 12, 75. That's crazy. That was what I voted for, 6507 to 6512 area. We didn't really have super, super high odds of getting 1415 in real time. That's still a really, really, really good trade though, especially off lows. So just a recap here before I sign off. This is the equivalent of them hitting those 52, 53 point metrics off session open, okay, or 56 points off. Remember how we said we were working with like 56.25? I think they actually closed it at 56.25 area, like right here. Another way of looking at this is the 88-point move. Look, they stalled 87 points off yesterday's lows. Another way of looking at this is where's the weekly open? The 34-point move off weekly open, which is exactly where they stalled. That's why 651275 was my max, guys, by the way. This is 34 points off weekly OR, okay? And the 4th had the highest odds, so we had really good odds for September 4th. This is also stalling a 22-point metric. That's why 13 had some overhead. Do you see this? 1350-ish had an overhead. And then off of the session open, I think this was the 40-ish point, 44, 45 point range, if I'm not mistaken, I think. This area here. And we said that odds have been pretty high that they extend by 1.5 points, so this was the 44 point range off the real-time open, okay? In here. So there was very high odds that they would probably pin this around here. Do you see that? So overall, really, really good session for real time. At least we got some range end of day. I think this is them hitting, look, wow, they hit 56.5 points, you guys, in real time. I swear that 56.25, 56.5 has been money. Look at that. And it's a core week, so we have very high odds of getting those. There's the 56.5 again. Okay, we hit 56.25 the day before too. So during real time. So there's a lot of confluence around this area here. This also is in line with the 34 points off the session, the weekly session open. So you can see how there's a ton of overhead around the 1275, 1350 max range. We should make up a name for high odd days. Yeah, we should. So yeah, today definitely had a high odd. So we definitely had a core move today, which could be setting us up for the next core move. So a 56-point move, let's say, off of today's real-time open is back to 6522. Do you see that? That would be the next core break. And obviously that would take us back to our all-time high if they did something like that. Another thing that we can look for here is if they end up pushing us. You see how these align with our 6560, 6550 targets? I don't know if we're going to get those this week still, but I mean, we do have NFP tomorrow, but another core break here would be like 6578. Obviously I don't think that they're going to do that this week, but this is what is potentially setting up from now till the 16th, because just to recap here, even if they gave us only like another 34-point break from these ranges, we can get into the channel. Right? If they gave us a 44-point break, we could still get the 50s. Do you see that? So I'm going to keep our weekly targets as is, which was the 6541, 6557, 6566 area. If we clear 22 and 32, a 22-point break off today's close is the top of the zone. So I do think that this is also important to note. So a 22-point break off today's close is also 6533. So that's the top of the zone break, which we've been kind of patiently waiting for. One last thing, guys, is today's flip there was multiple flips on the 4th and structures that we had. This can keep us in play till mid-month. The 16th, 17th is very important because we've got OPEX, we've got contract rollover, and we have FOMC. Okay? So it's a pretty important duration here. So, and considering that Monday flips over, the Friday tomorrow would also be the final candle in this stick. Okay, we had some more odds here till the 22nd. This candle closes over today, so final session here on the 13-day. And then this one here, I think, runs till the 24th. So a lot of these basically run till month end. 15-day has been one of our primary time frames, also runs through the 22nd. So 22nd is a very important mid flip here, okay, that we're going to watch for. The 16th again, kind of showing up. So you can kind of see the importance of these dates along with the 8th. So like just some overall. And then I did use the 22-day a lot, okay, which is also the 16th. And then obviously we're looking at the 28-day, which is the 4th through October. And then we've got some odds here for the 12th. These are kind of like continuation or extensions that you can look at. Our 30-day also flips on the 22nd, so some more confluence on the 22nd. And then we've got our big important structures, which are the 33-day, 34-day. This also runs through October 16th, so there's confluence around the 16th. And then you can see this runs till Monday. So there is odds of continuation tomorrow because we do have some flips, guys, that occur on Monday, okay? So that can give us odds to push tomorrow. But really, really important points in time are going to be between the 16th and the 24th, with the 22nd being a very, very, very crucial time. So today's price action could keep us basically in play until at least the 16th, potentially all the way through this period here. Does that make sense? And we're still aiming for our Q3 targets. First major target for Q3 is the 65, 50s, and 60s. From there, we could get the push to like the 65.88, 6,600 area. So, and I think with contract rollover, it would probably make sense. But this is a very, very important flip date for the 4th, because this was the odd to negate, retrace, give us some better closing sticks. We definitely still have odds of getting like 65, 14, 13 in the after hours. We just didn't really have high odds in real time. So we'll see if we can get those better structural breaks. Any questions, guys, before I sign off, or are you guys good to go? I did leave some SPY contracts for after the bell since we had odds after 401. I am going to close those here. So I have no contracts going into tomorrow, though. Everything I bought was for today's expiration. Just in case anyone cares. Like, I don't know if you guys care, but... We had 500% moves today, so I'm definitely not complaining. I played the 645s and the 646 on SPY. I did a tiny bit of SPX end of day, and I did some ES off this morning. I had some 642 calls that I bought on Tuesday for today, which I basically just managed until the close because we had the highest odds for September 4th. In case anyone wanted... I don't know if you guys care about my positioning, but just so that you guys have an idea of how I traded this today. So we're in pretty good shape heading into tomorrow and into end of week. No problem. Well, I thought I made it pretty clear that I was looking for 65.04 at least, but ideally like minimum 9.8, especially if they broke during this period here, which they did at 301, that we would likely stay in play till at least 344. 344 hitting that put us in play till end of session today. So I don't know. I don't know if that helped you guys hold, but I really had good conviction that they would give us at least 65.04, but ideally 65.08 to 65.12, 13. And we did the longs this morning off this area here. So we had very good odds that if we held between 5.7 and the 60 range, that we would get a good push, especially if they took out 7.8, 7.9 early on, which they did in here, and they never went back beneath 5.74. So the only time of day that started to get a little bit risky was close to here when they kept stalling 8.7, 8.6. So if they would have kept stalling around this point here, guys, we probably would have been limited to 64, 92, 93. But do you guys see now why I was telling someone earlier that I don't see 93, 94 being a max range? I see that as being an area that they have to take out immediately. And I even drew it before it happened, that we have to do something like this. You can't stall this area. It's not a max range area. Does that make sense? The max range areas for today were closer to here, like this area here, okay, and this area up here. We could have had odds to the 20s if they didn't stall 8788 and if they didn't stall 9798 back here. Does that make sense? So another way you can look at that is basically like the stalls, I guess like even like beneath here, okay, or the stalls here at 9.6. It wasn't that much range, but still. Are you guys looking? Like these kinds of stalls right here, this is what could have reduced us in real time. That's a really nice push here, guys. So this is probably why we had some reductions in range. Otherwise, I think we had a good odd of getting the 20s. Do you see this? Like that could have likely given us 2-3 or at least 17-18. So some reductions, not major ones, but that's why I was saying if they took out 9.7, 9.8 on the very first try, we would have had at least an odd of trying to get the 20 retest. We could probably still get the 17-18 area though. That's a really good stick break here. 65, 15, 50. I think that's the 88-point break on the session here. And we want to actually close in this blue box. That would be even better than closing in the yellow for like the actual session, because that's going to set us up to actually break 65-20s tomorrow, which we want to do. This is a 66-point break now. So obviously if we get 66 points, 65-20 could be in play. Okay, 66 point here. 68 point here. So these were some odds that we had for maybe after the bell. They weren't super high for real time though. Between 16-20. Another thing we looked at was the 88-point break right here, which I think is right where they stalled right here. Do you see this? That's them breaking 13 in the after hours. Kind of hard to see with all the red, but do you see that? This area here. And if we look at it from like these ranges here, kind of where it's stuck. So yeah, we definitely still have odds of 20s after the bell. We just didn't really have it for real time. 65, 20, 50, 65, 22, 23, those were all areas that they could trigger after the bell here. Especially off like a real-time range. So off real-time open, which is 6.5. Look, we never hit that 56 or 52 point metric yet. Closer to like the 20s. Do you see that? Do you see this? That's like the 68-point move. This is the 55, 56-point move here. Do you see it? Off the open close. Closed. So 16 is still an overhead though. I would say 1650 is a pretty big overhead. They definitely have to break this area here to get any sort of push. I didn't really think that they had to do that, like give us the 20s today, but obviously for the fourth flip day, it would be nice if they did, but they don't have to, especially if they start limiting core ranges, which has been the theme for the week. Whereas off like a low range, that's how they could have odds of getting the 20s. Okay. So off a high to low, if they break 66 points, they have odds of 65-20, 0.75. If they can take out 65, 16.25. That's the overhead. Where did the 14-15 stick close? So the 4.15 for SPY candle closed at 6.516. That's a pretty good close, guys. Maybe they will give us 65-20, 21 close today. That would be nice. Okay, I'm gonna